And we're live. Welcome everybody to another session of Werewolf. Werewolf the Dark Ages almost slipped there. Sveriges elite, and we're gonna start off right where we left off last time. And since it was only a week this time, no reason for a recap. So here we go. I'm gonna start off with Red Claw. Now, where we last left Red Claw was at the scene of a fellow comrade's, a brother's death in the pack. You know, after fighting off and killing and slaughtering all of the Fomori in the Crimson Red Cloaks. You were left with one casualty, and that was your pack's leader, Oxspear, your semi-rival through the years, but also a brother in arms who in his dying breath gave this little confessional thing, clearly being delusional and imagining Pale Dread, your former pack leader from the time before the war, in front of his eyes, and asking for an apology for his cowardice, and then dying in grasping your fur in his arms. And you and your remaining packmates, Dusklight and Red Bitch, let out a howl of sorrow for a fallen comrade, and there you are, surrounded by your two friends and 14 dead bodies in Crimson Red Cloaks.
So as she's standing there, the wind kind of blows a little bit, and they all kind of she stands there and takes a glance at the scene around her, looking at the carnage of these red-cloaked figures and seeing her fallen comrade below. And her mind is racing with all kinds of imageries right now. The fact that One Fang has been taken and Curious Mind disappearing. This leads her to think of many things, none of which are good. Looking to the other two, she says, "All right, we'll take his body back." And then she stops, pauses midway, looking back. "And I'll go searching for One Fang."
Red Bitch kind of almost cuts you off as you say that. She'll say, "What happened here? Where's the High Inquisitor? Is it just his goons who attacked you? What's happened? Where's One Fang and Curious Mind?"
The High Inquisitor, he was not what he seemed. He transformed. But he was not a Garou. He looked way different. Some abomination. He called himself Human Smoke. He was strong, and she reaches down and grabs at her sides when she says that, feeling still there the scars from when his own claws reached into her very rib cage and sides and just sunk right in. She could still feel the pain of that silver. She looks upon them both. He was very powerful. He put up as much of a fight as possible. They wouldn't run. I shouldn't have expected them to. And they fought. I went down. And then afterwards he went at One Fang. Began to drug him off. I don't know what happened to Curious Mind. She disappeared off into the realms. To the Umbra?
When we heard the howl, we were just in the middle of breaking into the wagon, the armored wagon that the Inquisitors had. We had just noticed that the monks had somehow gone from our line of sight, and we had an opening to break into the wagon, and Dusklight kind of breaks in. While that was happening, I was in the middle of casting away the worm spirits that were tainting the cemetery and the churchyard. There were maggots and all sorts of little wormlings there slithering about. I had to get them out of there. So I, of course, was busy with that. And Red Bitch continues from that, saying that actually there's a pretty bad echo going on. Is there an echo on somebody's end?
I don't hear an echo.
Okay. Well, I was hearing it pretty bad. Okay. Hopefully the viewers didn't hear it, but or if anybody else didn't hear it, then okay. And Red Bitch continues from there and says that that while he was doing that, we broke into the wagon, and we were just about to turn back anyway to let you know what we found, because we found stuff like this. And she's holding out a scroll and a parchment. And wait, really? That's really bad. I'm hearing my own echo really bad. Is any of you hearing that?
I'm hearing a slight echo, just really minor, and I can't make out what it's echoing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
well,
can hear it too. I don't know if it's bothersome to anyone.
Okay. Well, let's not digress then. If it's not bothering any of you, most likely it's not bothering any of the viewers. Maybe it's just me who's hearing it. But anyway, she holds out in her hand parchment that's been wrapped into a roll and a scroll. And as she holds them out, she says that when we went into the wagon, we found these. And we found all sorts of books and parchments and notes and hundreds upon hundreds of papers being written on all these kinds of, as she lays it out, all these kinds of tomes, ramblings. These are just, we didn't have time to read more than this, so we grabbed this when we went in, and it speaks of the beauty of the worm's influence and the worm's visage. It speaks of a spiral of Malpheus and about a great green dragon. I didn't really know what this was about, other than these monks are clearly Fomori, but if what you described about the High Inquisitor, this is something more sinister than we originally thought.
I couldn't place it at first, but I could feel the taint of a worm. And then she kind of just holds her hands up and gives a bit of a sniff. And when she does, she smells that still lingering orange mist. Your nose curls. It's the same one before from the Red Talons when I was captured. It came out of his mouth. And then he stabbed me with claws of silver. Then he dragged one vein off. His curious mind was spirited away.
It came from his mouth?
Yes, he transformed like a Garul, but it wasn't the same. There was no elegance behind it. There was only malice. His body broke as it transformed. His face was more like a twisted lizard's. Bumpy flesh. Long, gangly arms. But just as strong.
This could be bad. This could be something. This seems like something we've never seen before. And Dusklight kind of cuts in. I think I'm going to get each one of these Fomori here into a one pile, and I'm going to perform another rite to cast out the influence of the worm and dispose of these bodies somehow, either burning or burying them. Perhaps burying won't attract any attention like burning would. Of course, if human smoke, I mean, if smoke rises from burning all these bodies, then that would attract attention. So perhaps I might have best be to bury them. But first, I must cast out all the worm taint so that they're this strange flame source that they were wielding. If the thing you were talking about is pendant before, when after you came from the lake, if this is something tied to that, I better cast out the worm taint as soon as possible and then dispose of these bodies so that nobody else digs them up and the nightmare continues on. So I best take on that duty right away. I need to still go and fetch some ingredients for the rite. But the two of you continue on with whatever you're doing, unless you think I should do something different. And he kind of looks at Red Claw, and this question is kind of, even though you're not officially in charge, he still looks towards you to kind of get your okay or your go ahead.
When this happens, she kind of crosses her arms at first for a little bit in a bit of silence. You see her finger tapping against the side of her arm, and her head's down a bit furrowed. And her eyes close for a little bit, and she takes a deep breath, and after an exhale, she'll look up at the rest of them, and her arms unfold. Gather your materials. We shall cast out the worm spirits here, all the taint that is there. Afterwards, we'll take the body back of Oxspear. And then we shall resume our search for One Fang and Curious Mind.
If they were, Red Bitch says that, if they were taken away only a little while ago, perhaps a Dusklight should be left with this duty. Perhaps I would take Oxspear to the Longhouse Island, to the Elders, and perhaps you should go on to look for the missing packmates.
Very well. However, there are a few of us now. Only 3. I don't want no one doing anything stupid and getting caught. They came out of nowhere. Keep your guard up. If you think you're going to be captured or attacked, you let us know. She puts her hands on their shoulders as she says this.
Understood.
Right. I'll search for as long as I can. I'll try to come back when I have something. Then she turns around and heads off. And as she does, she transforms into her lupus form and darts off into the woods. Her legs kicking up bits of dirt and debris. Still a bit wheezing as she moves, though, too. Feeling that mist lingering on, that reels her mind back to that pit, and she can only think of what might happen to One Fang as she sat there helpless, and that infuriates her, her mind reeling back. How could she be failed so easily? She wants payback, but now she wants payback for multiple reasons. And so all she has is like this blood hunt on her mind.
You never witnessed yourself the fall of Dusklight when it happened, but you mourned his passing regardless on his beside his grave. Now you've witnessed the fall of the next leader of your pack, and you will no doubt mourn his passing as well beside the same grave. And now, as you're moving forward in this charge-taking position, you're the one who's going out there looking for your missing packmates, risking your hide doing it. As you run along in the woods, it's easy. It's very easy because of that sulfuric stench that just claws into your nostrils to grab a scent of where human smoke has dragged your beloved packmate. And after sniffing for that trail for a while, after going in the woods, after going through all the tree barks and fallen trees there, and all the shrubbery and the long grass here and there, and jumping over rivers and such, all of a sudden it just ends. The trail ends cold, and it gives you a very clear indication that they've most likely entered the penumbra from that point on.
Hmm. With that in mind, she'll, as she stops, and to add on to what you were talking about earlier, with the fall of Oxspear, all this is like coming very, very quickly. It's one of those moments where, that death hasn't really registered as much. I mean, she's obviously seen him dead and stuff, but the full impact hasn't really hit yet. But in the back of her mind, after his little confessional that he had done in his delusional state, that just angers her even further. Though she carried no real hatred for him, she was still very angry about half the things that he had done and even his leadership skills, but he was not deserving of death, not this way. And so with that, when she stops at the edge of that scent trail and makes that connection, she transforms into her Garou form, and as she does, a little thing of water collected in morning dew on a leaf. She looks upon that reflection and then begins to make that tear, to step sideways. And when that happens, the crackle of that claw from her index finger becomes almost this electric blue. She slices downwards, and this line that gets created that becomes jagged and at some parts becomes extremely angular, and it goes down into this line and rips open, and she steps through into the umbra, the penumbra.
Okay, and as you squeeze through, it's immediate. The reaction is immediate as you enter in this familiar fashion. You feel the familiar sensations of squeezing your face through the gauntlet, and as you enter the penumbra, the immediate thing that you realize from that differs from the norm is that stench. As soon as you step through, it's as if you see sulfuric scented footsteps and a line of dragging on the ground, and it's like a straight line. It's like almost like a carved out path right before your eyes as you've entered the penumbra, as you see small spirits flutter here and there and crawl here and there and float here and there, and everything has this illuminating presence around you, and you see all the stars in the skies and everything that normally brings a sense of serene calm in you, but at this point there is this tense air of every minute wasted trying to locate and find and rescue your friend might be the last minute of his entire existence on Earth. So there's no time to kind of just feel the surroundings kind of thing.
What she's going to do is, as soon as she sees this, she's not going to fall for any sort of trap or anything. So she's going to head off to the side of the trail and begin walking, crouching down low, walking on her knuckles in a very chimpanzee-esque fashion, on all fours, just this massive Garou form as she's just lumbering about, one hand placed in front of the other, very slowly, methodically moving through the spirit realms as she sees and just gets these huge wafts of this sulfuric stench upon her nostrils, and her mind keeps reeling back. It's as if she's right there from day one with good love standing over her. And it just makes her even more angry as she thinks about it. And each time she steps, sometimes she grips that ground and the claws wrench into the dirt and mud and they scrape a bit, pick up a little bit, as she is just itching to unleash fury, to unleash hurt upon another. but how befitting it would be if it were an enemy.
While you're doing that, I will correct you in saying that that the name was Pure Love, not Good
Pure love. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep thinking good love for some damn.
No, good love just makes me think of good love as in sexual context, but but pure love is more of a puritanic kind of thing. But yeah, time for some good love. But yeah, yeah. As you're going following that trail and being smart about it and going around it and all that, after a while, something dawns on you as this is like a total straight line. It's that if this continues on in a straight line like it seems it's doing, it might very well lead to no, forget that thought. And when it happens, it's like you're standing on the edge of the border to the Red Talon territory, and the footprints continue on forward beyond the borderline there.
Oh, when that thought kind of lingers into her mind, she, at first she's like, oh, don't, oh, she thinks again, like those thoughts rolling through her mind once more of the politics between what has just recently happened. But then, after listening to what that bastard had said, what human smoke was spewing from his mouth, from his maw, another thought occurs to her. Fuck the Red Talons. That's my packmate. I'm bringing him back. And she continues forward.
All right. As you step beyond that little border there, as you step your first step into the Red Talon territory, you're of course immediately reminded of the time when One Fang lost his nerve and completely, in a berserk frenzy, just ran anywhere, just ran to escape the threat of his surroundings and completely just went out of his mind temporarily, and you had to cross this border in order to get him back. And you remember seeing that Red Talon looking at you on top of that rock and then turning his back and walking away. And you remember the times when you yourself were here and when One Fang had crossed this line in order to rescue you from the pit with the cauldron spewing that orange mist on top of you. And as you are going beyond this border, as you're running in these lands, it feels like, at the same time, it feels like this land feels exactly, it's land. It feels like the land I'm used to, but it's not the scent, it's not the smells you're used to, it's not the particular surroundings you're used to. It's not that some even small spirits around seem something that you haven't seen in your territory. It still feels like you're stepping into somebody else's yard, even if their yard is exactly like yours. It feels like you're in a foreign territory, like you don't know where everything is, and if you feel a certain tenseness in the air. And after a while, after running there, you hear a sound which is a thud and an inhale, exhale from this very large quantity of just... And you see two pairs, one pair, but two eyes open in the distance that are blue and which are of a significant height of something like 10 feet in the air. And immediately as you see that and you hear a thump, immediately from the shadows, from the dark, you see two protruding tusks emerge from between the trees, and you see the familiar thing you haven't seen in a little while. You see the mammoth spirit. The mammoth spirit that came to your garden when you had your last Sepmoot, telling all of you that he had brought your fallen comrades from the war to territory in order to make amends for the Red Talons as a peace offering. And now you see the same familiar mammoth spirit who you also saw in the Powwow mountain range in the Vangaya realm when you visited the bear totem. You see its massive size, you see the air it keeps sucking and puffing out of its nostrils on its giant trunk, you see those giant tusks, but you also feel its calm demeanor as it's kind of slumbering there and has made eye contact with you.
Since it has noticed my presence, she slowly gets up, puts her hands over the tree to help her up as she gets up in that one motion, and slowly approaches, thinking to herself, at least the spirits are more understanding than we at times. Great mammoth spirit, I have a comrade that has been dragged into this realm by one who is tainted by the worm and its chaos.
Little Warheart, is that the taint that I smell in the air? It's not yours.
No, that was from one who calls itself human smoke. That sulfur, that stench, was brought into our lands. As it tried to come upon us, we fought it, but it was too strong. Captured one of my allies and drug him off here. He is responsible for the war that broke out between the Red Talons and the Warhearts, and the Fenris clan in general.
He kind of tilts his head slightly and starts to take steps towards you. And as it's taking steps, just this kind of soft steps with its like elephant-like bottom of its feet, like that, are kind of soft. It's kind of like there's a lot of weight, but it's kind of like pressing its weight, not like stomping. And you see its trunk protruding forwards, and it comes like really close to you, and it stops when it's that close, and you feel it's sucking in air. It just, and you feel like your fur kind of flapping in the air from the current of it sucking in the air, and just
She will close her eyes when that happens and kind of stand a bit straighter, though she kind of still reels from the wounds. She boldens herself, not like it was against an attack or anything, but this is just to let it do its thing, as she knows that the spirits see far more than the normal eyes can.
It says after exhaling, "You do not carry a worm taint, yet I smell it all around. What you say is true, without any malice in your intent, without any political intentions in your actions. I will ask of you for details. What is it that you want from the Red Talon lands?"
To get my ally back. That is what I request. He drug him here. He coerced them into the war. He is behind all this, one called human smoke. Transforms like Garou, but is not. There is such taint. From his breath sprang forth this tainted vial from his mouth, same that I experienced from pure love. I feel it. And she begins pounding her chest when she says that. I feel it here. It burns every inch. Every wound that I have reeks. I know he is here. Look at the trail. It drags on straight. His body. One fangs. I don't know what.
You do not emit the stench of lies, Garu. Only thing I am concerned with in that regard is if you have not been fooled, simply believing what you say. You saw him yourself? You saw this abomination yourself, then?
He disguised himself as what they would call a human inquisitor, using religious propaganda. He was with one thing, and I followed in the shadows. Then he transformed, followed by his cult of human followers. And we did battle as I sprang forth to fight by his side. He is powerful, strong he is, for his silver claws sunk into my side, and he spewed forth that noxious gas that I still smell even now, that taint. When he thought I was gone, he began to be emboldened and spoke of his plans, bragged about what he had done. He is calamity, and he reeks to bring about destruction upon us all. I must get one thing back. Who knows what profanities he may perform upon him?
And at that point, you feel the presence of others around you. And you see pairs of eyes around you. You see just about 15 wolves surrounding you. And one of them takes steps forward. It's a orange, reddish brownish furred red talon in a lupus form, as are all the rest. Stepping forward, bearing different kind of old scars on his body from battles of yore. And he steps forward and you recognize him
Oh,
by his appearance.
Let me guess. Is it Wild Silence?
No.
Oh,
There,
well.
I can't remember. I don't even remember if there was a character called Wild
Is
Silence.
it Dead Beast?
Yes, it's
All
Dead
right.
Beast. It's the same one who was standing on the rock, who saw you when you came after One Fang and decided to let you off the hook and not go forward with anything. And now he's walking towards you. He's also the one who told his comrades to stop treating you badly when you became prisoner of war. And the mammoth told everyone that he became the leader of the Red Talons after the war.
She becoming now aware of all this. She has a bit of respect for this one. This one is with honor. This one is not like the others for the typical garbage that is that Red Talon way at times. But for this one, there is respect.
And as he steps forward, he kind of squints his eyes and looks upon you and looks upon the mammoth spirit there, and then back at you and says, "The crossing of borders into others' lands seems to have become a mundane affair with you."
Yes, it has. But this is not the time for political disputes. There was one who engineered the war between our tribes. One that calls itself Human Smoke, drug my ally into your territory. Through these realms.
I'm not sure I follow what you're saying. It was Pure Love who initiated the war. He has been dealt with. All of his fanatic followers have been dealt with. The rest of us simply wish to live in peace in our own territory, not having to worry about others crossing the border to come and initiate violence.
Hmm, that may be, but the one who tainted pure love with this thought is still here, still lingers about, and brags about doing this once more, and he has drugged my ally into this territory. I don't know what profanities he wishes to perform upon him, what disgusting sacrilegious acts he wishes to perform upon his being, his soul even. You must understand, this creature is of worm taint, is not Garou.
I
The great mammoth spirit can vouch for me. I speak only the truth in this matter.
I
would not have
cannot
come.
I cannot say that I do not sympathize with whatever it is that you believe you are after, but the risk of starting another war is simply not worth it. If your leaders have already found out that you have crossed the border, they might be provoked enough to take action. If we squeeze you out of here, they might be provoked enough to take action. Regardless, it appears that we stand on a situation where violence seems inevitable almost, no?
She'll turn to the great mammoth spirit. Please tell them I speak the truth. These are not just things of belief, I beseech you.
The mammoth kind of looks down upon you and says, no bloodletting on these lands should take place no more. I sense no hint of lies from this noble Garou. She speaks the truth. And Dead Beast kind of looks at the mammoth and says, whether she speaks the truth or not is secondary to the ramifications of the actions she has taken by crossing the borders to our lands. Are we to simply take this provocation? Are we simply to await for your leadership to be provoked and attack us, exterminating the rest of us who remain till there's none left? We've tried to reach out. We've tried peace negotiations. We've tried diplomacy, and we've tried to simply stay away from your line of sight, and yet here you are. You keep coming to our territory, and we cannot simply stand by and take this. If the great mammoth spirit vouches for you that you are not lying, I must believe you, but you're initiating a war here.
Perhaps that's what it wants. Human smoke.
Who is this human smoke? What are you talking about, really?
Human smoke is a human. It wears a red cloak. Like its many followers. It worships the worm. It's tainted by the worm. It transforms like us, like Garou. But it is not Garou. Its flesh is scaly, and she wafts the air. Smell the sulfur, smell that. That is what it brings into these lands. That is what it's brought here, into ours and into yours. This taint is shared. Human spoke, brung this. It is a creature, not of us, but I sense such decrepit similarities. It is a creature of the worm, and it wishes to do foul things to another fellow Garou, and it will surely have ramifications here as well. Don't you see? That's what human smoke wants.
Lies! You hear one of the wolves say, who's now Dead Beast, one of who's beside him, and says, lies! You really take us for such fools? We should act now and lop her head off. We should take action and take preemptive strikes into action and and deal with this situation the only way it's going to be dealt with in the future anyway. And you immediately, in mid-sentence, Dead Beast snarls at this dissenter and just like bares his gums and teeth and just snarls at him, and he immediately like puts his head between its legs and just cowers away. You know, you can sense the authority that Dead Beast holds over his pack, but at the same time you can sense this kind of piercing dislike and hatred for all old grudges when they look upon you. But as Dead Beast silences the dissenter who tries to invoke violence, he then immediately lets his lips relax again and turns to you and says, "I do smell it. And if the mammoth spirit endorses it as truth, then we have to deal with it." And he starts to take steps forward towards you, and as he's approaching you, he says, "Can I trust you to put aside old grudges, to not have to look behind my shoulder for a blade or claw to sink into my back if I agree to help you?"
As she approaches, she does a very human gesture and puts out, in Garou form, her claw, extending it forward. "I already put aside those differences when I came over here. I sacrificed much, so I may save my ally from a fate that may befall, that had once befallen me, and may happen, but may be worse.
And
Pure love has been dealt with, and you are of more nobler breed. You will not have to worry anything from me. I just want my packmate back. I want this taint gone."
As you say that, he stands there, looks at you, looks at the extended claw, and looks again at you, and then, like a wolf in his wolf form, gives his paw into your hand and looks at you in this kind of firm and gives you a nod.
And she in turn with that firm nod.
And the mammoth immediately lets out this horn, this trombone, and immediately starts to take steps as the rest of the pack start to kind of, still kind of being stern and serious, but like moving past so that you can keep following the trail with this pack of 15 red talons behind you, as well as the mammoth spirit, as you're trailing on, following the trail of your lost brother in arms. And next time I'm going to go to Curious Mind, but first I need to take another piss.
Well, that worked out much better than you expected.
Oh, yeah.
You go in there with nothing and you come out with an army. Maybe you're going to be the new Red Talon leader. Red Claw, leader of the Red Talons.
That'd be pretty cool. That'll definitely, so there's definitely some cool cooperation. I like this. I didn't expect that. I thought I was like, oh shit, man, I gotta fight these damn red talons again. What you all want? What you all want? It's not my fault you got dragged over there. That's like when you start breaking down like a teenager. It's like, it's not my fault, dude.
Yeah, well, luckily you had a mammoth that everything you said was true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gotta love the spirits, man. They see far more and are way more trusted than the mortals.
Of course, I'm going to have to, like, not, one thing's going to think less of you because you didn't do it by yourself like he did. But it's okay. Just because he was new and he's a whole day old pup and he managed to save you. I'm just saying, there's more to that.
Yeah, but she did it riding on a mammoth, though. That's what it's
All
gonna
right.
be.
Yeah, you get more renown for that.
Well, I'm back. This is Small Potatoes, by the way. Most of my role-playing groups have to take like smoke breaks like every half hour. So,
Oh
so
man.
yeah. So yeah,
Fools.
yeah. I have to stand out in the cold with them, like, there you see the guy coming at you, and he's gonna say this and that, and they kind of continue while they're smoking outside. But yeah, let's go to Curious Mind now. Curious Mind had found herself transported into a strange world, a strange realm where her being was disassembled and reassembled in a concrete maze of hallways and tunnels and archways for doors and steps, stairs leading upwards, downwards, sideways, sometimes leading to empty walls, sometimes to doors, sometimes doors with actual doors with handles on them, sometimes with curtains, sometimes with just the archway and a doorway to walk towards. And the air around you felt very, very like bitter, very filled with air had a sense of malice to it. The air had a sense of death and decay, and it just felt like standing there, even as you're looking at walls and floor, it felt like standing at the edge of a mass grave kind of thing. It's a very eerie place to be in. And after you picked up the mask that you saw on the ground, the wolf's mask, if I remember correctly, you heard these wailing noises emanating from somewhere around you, from behind you. These wailing noises that you remember Baines making when you first entered the Umbra. One of the first experiences for you was the experience of Baines, and as you hear these wailing noises, these noises that are something you would hear at a old time asylum or something. This kind of torturous, yet somehow having this slight tone of pleasure on them as well. These wailings coming from the hallways, not yet having a physical form where they come from, but you still hear them ominously behind you, and you started to look for a way out.
Yeah, I actually I pick up the wolf's head and I kind of prick my paw with one of my fangs, and I'll start to mark I'm in my mind I'm descending down the stairs as I go here. I kind of mark the spot where I'm standing now, and I mark it as with the marking of the bear.
Okay.
And I'll say I'll start to do a ritual, but I'll put in something personal in it. I'll start the ritual of questing stone, and I'll look under my claws if I have anything, skin of sorts or tissue of a human smoke.
Yeah, sure. You did. I do believe you did slash at him at least once. I can't remember for sure, but I'm sure you did at least either slash or bite at him in some regard. So yes, I'm totally okay with you finding little flakes of his skin underneath your claws.
So I'll put it down in kind of like the center of the area I'm in right now, and I'll start to mark the corners with first off the symbol of the bear, and its symbol will kind of have a line kind of leading through, and the entire marks and kind of underlining all the other marks I'm going to make. And I will make the marks of my pack members, and me as last. And then I'm going to go back into my lineage. I'm gonna mark my mother, her parents, that sort of stuff, and just go on. And she will kind of think how foolish she has been, and how short-sighted of the fact that she learned, is still learning now that she's back from this war realm, where she was learning to survive by herself. But she's no longer by herself. She is a member of a pack, and not just the ones that she sees and the ones that are next to her, but also the ones that have come before, and that all the wisdom and the knowledge of these members that have come before her are actually part of her, and not just her, but her pack and the ones that she now sees. So she kind of marks everyone and tries to go back as far as she knows and as far as she can remember. And even if she doesn't really know names anymore, facts, she'll just make signs, names, symbols, not thinking, just making them, and trusting that her paw will be led, and that her ancestors will know that she means them. And she then kind of plucks out her earring, and she starts to kind of shake it around these symbols, kind of circling the tissue of this human smoke. And she will swear her loyalty, just like her ancestors did to the bear, and she will use the ritual of questing stone to find human smoke, to know where he is, and to fulfill her duty of destroying him.
All right. I'm sorry, but I can't remember the details of the ritual of the questing stone. Could you elaborate on it?
Yeah, the questing stone allows me to locate an object or a person that I have something of and that I know. And the only drawback is, as I have finished the ritual, then I know exactly, boom, like, bing, this person is here, and I know where this person is. But if they move, I don't know where they've gone. It's just at that time I know, okay, they're there, and I more or less know how to get there.
Okay. Then, in that case, as you started to make those drawings with your blood there, going through all the beloved pack members that you actually care deeply about, those who you share a bond with, share common experiences with, and you've you've saved each other's skin many times over. And as you're doing it, the atmosphere in the air is this kind that kind of makes your teeth kind of chatter and your hand kind of shake. But the more you draw those pictures, the kind of more focus, the more center, the more kind of you find this confidence, and you find this kind of trust in as you're kind of building up this clear lineage, and kind of this, it's in front of your face, this kind of who you are, where you stand in the world, and all these things. And as you do that with the questing stone thing and everything with that, you get this sensation of this. You don't get a scent of the sulfuric stench like described before, but you get this vile feeling. You get this feeling as if you were watching as somebody would be like mutilating a puppy or something. This horrible feeling. This like this feeling of just completely something loathsome, something completely deprived, uh, and just this kind of that just squeezes into a ball, and just kind of this pure just hatred and malice and just vileness, and you feel like that ball like disappears from your kind of spiritual line of sight and starts to emanate from a certain place. You locate the place where that kind of thing is emanated with the ritual. You see that you could clearly point out, okay, it's upwards a great deal and north, like that sort of thing. And you can like sense it, like you could spot it almost like a star in the night sky, like it's there. And if you would get closer, it would most likely get stronger, that kind of sensory thing. But as soon as you get that done, as soon as you feel that and see that and sense that, you sense another kind of malice and this kind of vile presence. As you see that from behind a corner, as you've been walking, you see a familiar looking, in its grotesquerie, not in that it's the same creature you've seen before, but behind a corner you see this giant slug-like creature that's completely just black, just slither from a corner and letting out this moan, emitting this slimy pus underneath it as it's sliming its way and slithering its way on the hallways, just like a slug. It has these protruding slug-like, or these kind of tendrils, and you see that it has this completely deformed human, this Quasimodo-like human face with a like protruding eye and completely twisted nose and stuff. And as it turns and sees you, its mouth opens really wide, and from inside its mouth, another exactly same-looking face protrudes out, and it just opens another mouth, and as that new face is protruding from that mouth, the old first face is kind of like melding into the body, and it just like a slug just kind of looks like it's like pushing its own mass forward. You know, it pushes itself forward with this kind of ripples of new faces just opening and opening, and it's letting out these wails and moans, and it looks like something corrosive to touch, you know, and it spots you, makes eye contact with you, and moaning just starts to protrude forward and just squeezing through the corridor.
I look at it and I feel pity for it. I kind of shake my head while I'm still in wolf form, and I'll say to it quickly. I mean, it's coming towards me, and I'm saying, if I had time, I would free you, but the life of my pack depends on me. I kind of run towards it, and knowing that it can certainly just all of a sudden just shoot things, or just tentacles or things can just pop out of it at what I consider a relatively safe distance. I'll use my hair leap to just jump over it, and maybe even kind of jump towards the wall that's to the side, and use that for even more momentum to get even up higher, and just try to get over it and behind it, and I'll try to pick up the pace.
Okay. I will have you make a athletics and dexterity roll for that. For this.
All right.
Acrobatics.
Ah, yes. Dexterity and athletics, right?
Mhm. Remember to take into consideration that you're in lupus form.
Yeah. I looked up the lupus shape thing. It's a good thing too, because I have a way higher dexterity than. Is it 6 or 7? Right.
6 and higher. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 successes.
Damn. Okay. Well, in that case, no problem. Not a problem at all. You leap over it, and as soon as you get to grab onto a ledge, it was like almost like as you leap. As you haven't really like you've climbed trees and stuff with Harris Elite, but you haven't like it's only been like a little bit over a day since you learned it. Like as you leap like over it, you can like while you're airborne, you can see that oh man, there's the trail of slime it's left behind you. Like it that could be like real. Like if you fall onto it, you might just like fall on your ass. But also it might be something that sticks to your skin and like melts your skin or something, and you do get to grab the wall beside you and ricochet off of that elsewhere to all these stairwells. And as you see that these stairwells, they are kind of upside down at times, and they are kind of all kinds of ways, as soon as you grab onto one of them, you almost feel like a gravity shift happens. And all of a sudden, you're on a stairwell, and the slug is like on the ceiling, kind of like just going there. But as soon as you're on a stairway, you see that on the bottom of that stairway, there's a doorway from which you hear another like as you see like arms with like long fingers that look almost like glove-like, emitting like a frosty steam coming off of it, with glowing eyes and this wide kind of coming from there, like from in front of you, like another Bane just coming out of nowhere. And
I start to, like I said already, pick up the pace, but she'll use this as a mental exercise, and not in the way that she's used to, like figuring it out how it works, because she has the idea that this is just a place of madness and of chaos and of how do you say it, corruption and that sort of thing, and that if she'll try to figure out the logic in it, she'll just go mad. So she just she won't trust on the stairwells of that sort of stuff. She'll just only trust on her own body and her. So she's just jumping from place to place to try to get to this spot where it's kind of marked that she believes that she has to go.
Yeah. One thing that I mentioned when you entered this place first was this extremely powerful air current. It's almost like having this kind of almost being at some sort of a pipe or something where this gush of air always is blowing, and it's not like knocking you down or anything, but you do feel like all your fur like going with like this blowing of energy of air there, and it's like a furious wind going on there from all different hallways, and then like crisscrossing from different hallways as you're going there. And as you're going forward with your strong will intact, with your kind of set mind and focused, this kind of tunnel vision in front of you with the location that you've discovered with the ritual, you keep climbing and you keep climbing and you keep climbing, and every time you come across another Bane, it looks more grotesque, it looks more tortured, it looks more like this physical just expression of agony and death. These things that just are these semi-formless just entities of just hate and corruption and vileness, and they're just perverse to look at, and you want to revert your eyes, but at the same time you're very focused because you're dealing with such such heavy scales here, where you have to succeed in what you're attempting because your packmates' lives may depend on it.
I'll try not to. I won't let it kind of break me down. So I'll be careful doing it. But looking at each of these banes. Curious Mind is in the understanding, or has the idea that these are just corrupted creatures. These are things that once started pure and once started well, not like what they are now. And she'll try, but to a certain degree, she'll try to take note of each of them and try to, well, I don't know if she can, but she'll try at least to see at least something in them that is funny or, well, attractive is a big word, but it has a certain quality that is not deranged or deformed or that sort of thing. And she'll consider it like this, where just like corruption starts with this little spot of doubt or self-hatred, or just this, it kind of starts growing, and she'll try to plant for herself, at least mentally, in each of these creatures, this little seed of light, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, for yourself, that feels like a good mental exercise, and also like something to keep a firmer hold of your own sanity, because the more and more you see these things, even though you can imagine sympathetic aspects to them and all sorts of goodness in some perspective, there's remnants of something that could be considered positive in some way. It's also evident after a while, the more and more you see them, is that they are almost like just animated entities that are just, you have this raw material that is just evil, and you have just plucked you've just nibbed little, pieces of it and made these little balls of just, entities of this pure evil. And as much as it really helps you in this personal way of not considering things and creatures as pure evil or pure good or something like that, where it helps to find, the goodness in anything, it becomes like this, almost like there's a throbbing sense of cynicism in the back of your head while you're doing your best to see these things, where it's like, it feels like it's for nothing. It's these things, there's not a single redeeming quality in them. They're off evil. They are evil itself manifest in a form. It's
starting to notice that. I'll just stop doing that, and I'll challenge myself to name each and every one of them and give them a stupid name, like I don't know, Billy, Bob, Frank. That's
okay. Yeah, that's a good strategy. It's, all of this for yourself, for your own sanity.
Yeah.
At this point, I will have you make a willpower roll, to just to see, not like, okay, you failed that, so you're insane now, but just to kind of get a mapping of.
Yeah. Is it? It's my permanent willpower, right? That I'm rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Three successes.
Okay, that's pretty good. So as long as there's no failures or botches, you're able to sustain emotions and sustain yourself as you're climbing further and further on, and as you see more and more of those banes kind of just coming out of nowhere at times when you're just at a point where okay, there's forward and backward on this corridor here, and you see like Bane coming from one of them. It's like, oh, okay, I need to turn around and go to the other direction. There's lots of places where there's not a lot of room to maneuver, and then all of a sudden becomes a very open area where there is a lot of room to jump and maneuver around and all that. It keeps changing very chaotically, and sometimes it feels like if you go past a door and you turn back, there wouldn't be a doorway anymore. It feels like that, even though it's not physically like that. It feels like that. It feels like everything has that kind of chaotic sense about it when you walk around there in that labyrinth. And as you keep getting higher and higher and closer to this spot that you see in your line of sight in the distance, you start to feel that air current gets stronger. And at one point, when you just leap on one wall there and grab a hold to it, you notice that you see the sky. There's like in the distance above there is this crevice. There is like it feels like this labyrinth doesn't have a ceiling. It's like
What?
this kind of wall-like thing. You've just like almost like been in the catacombs, and now you've kind of come high enough where you can see like there's an actual like ceilingless top to this where you see thunder clouds that are like really gray, and you hear these kind of thunder going on in the distance, and you feel that air current getting stronger and stronger, and you feel this kind of weight and this squeezing sensation on your heart and throat as you get closer to the surface. But the surface level is closer to the level where that marking is that you're seeing on your line of sight that you made with the ritual.
I'll continue to climb and trying to go faster and faster, just
Okay.
because I'm noticing that the longer I'm here, the more it's dragging me down, and I try to be aware of this, that it's a sensation, that it's that this feeling that I'm getting, it's this place that's trying to get to me, and that it's not just a challenge of my physical being able to get there, because that's I'm proving already that I probably can. It's far more a challenge of me getting there and having my sanity and my being still the person that I've become through all of my lineage and all their experience and all their trials and tribulations have come into me, and uh, as I stand there, am I close?
Yeah, you're getting closer and closer.
I'll try to keep going, and as I am almost there, I start to think like, yeah, that's it. I need to reproduce. I need to pass what I've been given. I need to pass it on, just like my mother did, just like her mother did, just like all the people in front of me. And that's what it is. You need to pass it on, and I then try to get to whatever the spot is.
With this kind of sudden realization of like a motivation, this kind of positivity of the like yeah, there is a tomorrow to fight for, and there is a next generation to come, and a generation after that, and all this positive energy. As soon as you get to the edge and you grab a hold to that ledge and you yank yourself up, and you see before you a gargantuan field that's completely made of this labyrinth-like uh, ceilingless pit. These kind of corridor-shaped just shapes of that labyrinths look like from above. These kind of shapes that are in these just forever and ever expanding fields that look like this inverted, upside down, cascading pyramid shape. This kind of there's like these sides that are like in this very, very like unsteep angle, kind of coming to the center. And in the center there is a steep pyramid-like protruding a place, a hill that takes a spiral shape of this labyrinth, this spiral labyrinth, and on top of that pyramid is an unmistakable Acropolis-like temple, exactly the way you saw in your dream when that wolf-faced character was trying to signal to you to go meet the queen. The queen needs us to the temple, when you turned your back and instead went to the ship that was carved like a dragon with a burning orange eye. And as you see that, you also see something else. You see where that air current was coming from. Circling that temple that's on top of this spiral pyramid-like labyrinth is a dragon.
Whoa.
A dragon the size of the bear totem. A dragon the size to whom in comparison you are less than an ant. And there is that giant dragon just surrounding, circling, not flapping its wings, just gliding around this large area. It's so big and it's so high up in the air that it's not like surrounding the, it's not like circling the temple itself, but the whole area, this whole giant field of labyrinth. And when the dragon flies through the air, you can feel all the way from where you are the air just being pushed by the sheer physics of its wings cutting through the air, almost like an icebreaker cutting waves in front of it. The air just cuts in front of its wings and sends these wind currents that are almost ready to blow you off of where you stand. And when it turns just to the point where you can see the front of it, you see that it's also a cyclops. It has only one giant eye in the middle of its face, and it's a burning orange reptilian eye, exactly like you see it on the on the face of that Viking ship that you ran to instead of the temple, exactly like on that burning moon in the other dream, and exactly like on that pendant, each whispering the word bastard to you. And now you don't hear any whispers, you just see that dragon gliding through the air, letting out this roar. The roar that ripples the air and makes your your ears kind of plug into just hearing this as it's like this. The roar is not like our animalistic roar. It's the sort of roar that sounds like an avalanche or rock slide, something like an eruption of a volcano. This kind of like with the bear totem, it looks like a creature, a spirit, and an entity that just makes and breaks worlds. It's just gliding in the air, and you see that the spot you saw on your ritual is located at that temple.
Holy shit. I kind of she kind of stands there and kind of is crouched down to kind of have her claws in the top of the wall, not to be blown off and fall down. And I kind of look around, having trouble taking this all in, and it's just so incredibly massive and it's so incredibly large that she has this moment of holy shit, how the hell am I gonna do this? And then she just says, no, 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 I need to focus. So she just tries to not not have her presence and her awareness cover this, try to cover this entire area because that's just impossible. So she just kind of draws herself back to herself and just this tiny circle around her where she just like, okay, it's simple. I need to get to the temple. What's the best way to get there? And she just looks around and sees, okay, can I get there over the top of these walls? When do I need to crouch down when this dragon comes over? And she just breathes deeply and just puts her first paw in front of the other and just starts to walk. First softly and quietly, and then she'll just seeing for a moment, just glancing at the temple, just focusing and just looking, okay, I need to go there, and then she just realizes this is such a vast distance that I need to overtake, and if I just go like very quietly, it'll take months, weeks for me to get there. So she just quietly starts to move quicker and quicker, and then she starts to run. And as she runs for a while over these walls and stuff, she starts to look for, okay, just following the walls might be not the fastest way to get there. So she starts to jump and cutting off certain pieces and stuff and tries to make her way there, but just she wants to get comfortable with things before she takes the next step to try to get there quickly. But then once she starts to jump and stuff, she won't take too much risk because falling down will put her back hours at least. So she just starts to jump and stuff and cutting corners and trying to get to the temple.
Yeah. As you get there, as you start to leap there and all that, from all the little crevices and little these little inclines into the kind of catacombs of the labyrinth itself, you see that from the edges, these banes start to kind of like reach up and kind of like claw at the air or kind of try to like yank themselves up and stuff, but they're moving slowly, and it's just like if you leap across, they won't be blocking your path. You feel confident that you could always like leap over them and all that stuff, but it feels like, okay, like don't look down or don't look back too much. Like there's all sorts of like if you went far enough into the air to look down, you would see like an ant nest or ant hill, just swarming with these creatures of evil all around.
She'll probably try something as well. Seeing as this is a place of such chaos and such thing, she wonder how much herself she is in control of the chaos. And as she's running, she'll see if she can actually mentally, not by pushing her body, but by pushing her mind, try to move faster and jump farther and that sort of stuff. Because this is a place where not the usual rules of the physical world apply. She'll try to kind of tweak them in her favor if she's possible at all to do that.
As you're attempting that, as you're leaping, it becomes impossible to be sure whether or not you're using something innate in you, like the rage or something of that sort, or in fact the realm is so chaotic that the natural laws in it are sort of manipulatable if you kind of put your mind to it or know that you're conscious about it or something. It's kind of impossible at this point, while you're in the middle of things, to kind of like analyze what exactly is causing that, but you do notice certain extra spring in your step as you're leaping. But I'm going to leave you there for a minute. Also, while you're doing this, feeling you're such a small and insignificant creature compared to the size of the dragon, it almost kind of gives you certain confidence that you're kind of below its radar. Like you're not anyone of consequence to someone that ginormous.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm gonna leave you there leaping, and I'm gonna go to One Fang. And sorry, John, for taking this long, but that's kind of
no worries. I'd rather hear what they were doing. I'm unconscious, so.
Yeah, that's exactly where you were left off last time, after you were crucified on a giant tree in the penumbra. You had no idea of your surroundings really at that point, other than you felt two protruding giant tree trunks underneath your arms, or branches rather, and you were taunted while you were crucified through the things that were the strongest remnants of things that have strong memories and emotions with you, both through the memory of your mother and through the memory of and the conscious thought of Agnes, through your hands. And you've been hanging there with your head feeling like it's made out of lead, with the way it's like protruding on the ground, and your body constantly telling you to let go and just let yourself die, and the pain will end. But your spirit inside of you, your just the stuff that makes you, that's fueled by your love for your wife Agnes, and all these different things, for your community, for your friends, for your comrades, for your brothers and sisters, the whole world, the bear, everything. It just doesn't allow you, it doesn't let you relinquish yourself, and you're there with your consciousness just kind of coming to focus and going out of focus, and coming to focus and going out of focus, with minutes feeling like hours, feeling like an excruciating eternity. And what sort of things do you think that One Fang would be contemplating while he's hanging there?
I'm in human form, right? Because I would have resorted back. Okay. Yeah, One Fang is as he comes out in and out of consciousness, his mind drifts to the loss of to Redclaw. In his mind, she was just taken out and dropped, and that pains his heart. And someone that he, if there was one person he's closest to besides Agnes, and that's Redclaw, where if there was a bond he could have with someone that's more than just like a sister or something like that, that's what he would have with her. The first real friend he's ever had, the first person who cared about him, who helped him, a teacher and everything. So that it weighs heavily on his heart. But as he's embracing what she would do, it's making him angry and furious, and his mind reels, as he starts to get energy, and then he probably passes out as the blood flows out of his body from all the wounds that he suffered. But when he comes back to, he'll usually probably thinks of maybe Agnes, and if he can stop this creature now, then at least, even if he dies or the whole pack dies, he knows that his lineage will continue. His son or daughter that she has will carry on, and perhaps have a better life than he could have, that better life than he has, which is always what what you want as a parent for your children. And then he starts thinking, I assume I see glimpses of human smoke maybe doing some sort of ritual, like as my eyes are coming in, out of focus, and One Fang starts thinking of devise a way to how can I slow him down? How can I stop him? What can I do? And obviously I'm stuck, so he one hand can't do anything. Where he just kind of like one of the times where he draws in some energy, he just kind of concentrates on the bear, the strength of the bear in himself, and he just kind of laughs, and then hoping to draw Human Smoke's attention towards him.
Yeah, as you're hanging there, it also enters your mind as you're trying to, contemplate all these things about, the future generations and your when your child is born and all that, and then you remember the time when you guys were all together in the fungi realm in the Powwow Mountains, and you met the Gural, the shape-shifting werebear who had pledged himself to the service of the bear totem, who performed his test of your might and honor as a philodox to you when he grabbed your hands with the soil of the earth, and you heard the sounds of burning, of horses swaining, of people screaming, and of Agnes screaming your name, and you hear in your head as the lips were close to your ears when right before the first spike was driven through your hand, as Human Smoke said that your wife will burn, that your unborn child will burn, that the town will burn, and the whole world will burn. And as you're thinking of that, you also hear crow spirits circling the tree that you're on. This kind of just crows circling the tree, and you hear them also speak to one another as they're kind of feast, 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 as they're circling the tree. And you kind of again just kind of start to lose consciousness and what brings you back again next time is your wounds that have, like, you have dried blood so much on your face and on your upper body from these wounds that have been made to the side of your face, at least to the side of your head. Your face at least has been completely saved. Your ear has been nicked, and the temple and the side of your face has been scraped so deep that you pray it's not something that's about to make you a vegetable, but it's also something that looks like you should be dead. If you were a human, you're as good as dead. You might just well be already tossed to a ditch or something. Your wounds that are there, that are deep, and because of you being in this constant pain and agony over these silver spikes being struck into your hands, you're unable to heal yourself naturally as you're constantly dealt more and more pain and punishment by hanging here. You're brought back to consciousness from feeling a pecking. One of the crows is standing on your shoulder and pecking at the side of your head, at your skull. You feel the beak just hit your actual skull underneath your flesh, and it's pecking there with blood dripping from its beak, and it's just letting out almost these crows of someone who's being, torturously killed. Just these kind of vile sounds.
Yeah, I guess apart from in my head, all I can picture is Conan. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing else to do but just kind of snap at the bird, trying to get it in my mouth and kill it. If not, just to at least get it away from it, tapping on the sides of my head. Yeah, I just gnash it around, snapping its neck, and then just kind of spit it out, and then hack and cough a little bit, and then kind of grin at the taste of blood in my mouth. And and then maybe possibly lose consciousness from the exertion.
Yes, of course. And of course, after you've lost consciousness, the next time you regain consciousness is when you hear stomping of feet close to you. You start to hear footsteps, heavy footsteps in the distance, and then you start to hear multiple footsteps, and then you kind of like open your eyes just barely, and you see from the horizon, from the tree line, as you've been clearly in a little bit of an opening in the woods, you see a group of heads. You see a group of lupus wolves coming with some sort of a large form that looks like the mammoth spirit, but your mind isn't perhaps placing it completely, like it's not the first thing that comes to anyone's mind at this point, but something that feels almost illuminated. The only person you recognize as the individual, the person, the actual Garu human being who you actually know and care for, from all that kind of mass of wolves and this one giant spirit, you see almost this, with this kind of aura of glow, you see your friend Red Claw arrive from the horizon.
Like, through the haziness and the imagery of it, One Fang smiles and just sort of gives in. He thinks that his friend has come to bring him to Valhalla, it's the end of times, that, he knows that Red Claw is dead, and then there's this giant spirit and these wolves that he does not understand or know who they are coming to escort him, and he just smiles and just begins to laugh maniacally. It doesn't matter. The pain will be done. It'll end soon. I can handle it a little bit longer.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. As a Conan fanboy, of course I'm loving this. And for Red Claw, that's when you arrive to the edge of the woods, and it sends this immediate, just this kind of impactful Vietnam flashback, if you will, of you arriving to the scene where you were tortured once. And you arrive from the edge of the forest, and you see you're standing there, and you see that there's a giant tree on which your beloved friend is crucified, and between the two of you is the same old pit in which you were imprisoned. It's now cascaded a little bit. It's not as well formed, and it doesn't have the grid anymore. It's kind of half sunken to its side into the mud and that sort of thing. It's not operational anymore, but it's still there. It's like there's this kind of thing between the two of you. There's this no barrier really, but there's definitely this thing between the two of you, and you see One Fang raising his head and going into almost a hysterical laughter over.
And with that, Red Claw will pick up speed as she begins to approach. And at first it's a fast walk, and then it becomes a jog, and then it turns into a sprint, and then it turns a full-blown bolt, and then she leaps over top of that pit, Spartan style. Ah! Then her claws sink into that tree, and she climbs right up to meet One Fang, eye to eye.
It's right as you arrive that he loses his consciousness for again. It's like just as you were arriving and you were just about to leap and arrive next to him, that his head, looking like it weighs a ton, just protrudes again down, and he again looks limp, and he looks like a second away from like a permanent death.
What she will do is she will grab hold of him with one. Well, actually, she's climbed up. What she'll do is she'll grab that silver spike, and as soon as he touches it, she feels a tinge of that pain once more. But she bears through it as she puts her claw up against his arm and her hand up against that spike. Oh, she grits her teeth, rips one out and tosses it asunder.
As you go and grab it, it's almost like steam protruding from your finger, between your fingers, like almost like the pain is so immense, and it's really, really tightly there. As you're pulling on it, it doesn't budge. It doesn't budge a millimeter. As you're pulling on it, it just, you can pull all of your worth, and it's just, actually, I would like you to do a strength roll for that. You're in your Krynos form, of course, but I'll have you do a strength roll.
You can do it, Red Claw.
Let me get out the dice here.
Don't let me die.
Let's see here. How many dice we got? I got 4. Okay, that's going to be 8 dice I'm going to be rolling.
Yep. More possibility to get ones.
Yeah.
If you get 3 botches, everybody dies.
Oh God! All right, well here it goes. Are we counting 6 and up as success?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, and then I got one that has exploded, which results in another success. So I have 5 successes in total.
Okay, there you go. And as you're wrapped your arm tightly around that, and since there's not enough room to get your other hand on it, you have to pull on your other hand itself to pull onto the spike there. Then just the burns.
Like as she does it, like at first she just puts her hand to her one hand, thinking, yeah, we'll just pull this up, and then it doesn't budge, and she feels that pain, and then she kind of panics for a moment, and then suddenly you just see her put both of her entire weight into it. As she puts both hands, suddenly she feels the pain that from both. She uses that raw, unspent Karul rage burning within. The one that Gaia gifted us with, it and rips it right through.
Actually, again, I'll kind of stop you there before it comes off. As you're yanking it with all you have, as you feel like your muscles getting hard as rock, as you feel like you're about to cramp, as it like you're shaking, and as your neck starts to like just stutter, and you feel like your head is like with a Olympic weightlifter or something, and you feel like you're biting your teeth together. You feel like your saliva coming out down, and as you're like rocking your hand, as your head is stuttering, the spit is just spraying into the air, and as you do that, there is this sudden, this kind of, you all of a sudden all the tenseness fades away as you realize you don't hear a voice in your head, but you feel it in your heart that you standing in these lands, you standing on the soil upon which your crimson red enemies of days of yonder tortured you, are now standing beside you, willing to help you, letting you through their lands, you overcoming your former hatred and bitterness and old grudges against your former crimson red enemies, now working together in order to save all of your friends as well as yourself from a crimson red cloaked enemy of the now. You feel this powerful energy of the bear just emanate through your heart, through your chest, into all of your nostrils and behind your eyes, and from everywhere from your chest, flowing to your hands all the way through your arms. And just like with One Fang when he lifted the cauldron from atop of your prison bars in the pit, you feel this serene sense, and then you start to pull again, and you hear the Conan theme in your head just like One Fang did, and you feel like extra muscles are like exploding into your being, like as you're like the spike just slides out of there, and as soon as you go to the other spike, it just comes off like knife through butter. It just there's no there's no hindrance. There's nothing trying to clinch back. It's like you embody strength and loyalty and wisdom and all the positive traits that the bear holds to its loyal followers, and you yank the silver spikes from your friend's flesh, and his limp body falls forward to your arms as you stand there.
Oh, as she does, as she feels that overflowing strength coming from the bear. This is the first time that she's felt such power. All her life, she has had to struggle upon her own strength and to rely upon her allies. Of course, in the past, this has never been the case, for she has felt the pang of betrayal at heart. And now she is here, overcoming so many odds and obstacles. Now she experiences it. She now understands what One Fang speaks of when he speaks of the bear. Though she has always known, she's never experienced it, and now she has. And now she feels emboldened beyond. She feels like she can take on the worm itself, even if it was brought before of this almost dangerous amount of self-confidence that overwhelms her. But it's also filled with the gratification that One Fang is now safe, for now at least, as she grabs him and then slides down the tree, her claws raking up against it ever so before landing to the ground with a thud, and then walking, looking around as well, her eyes alert.
As you're holding your friend there in your arms, and as he's like on the brink of death, you also feel like that same energy inside of you that gave you that incredible strength that like almost like creates imagery of, oh, what could I do with this strength? It shows its flip side as you're holding your friend who's on the brink of death, and you feel that strength just protrude out of your hands through the tips of your fingers, tingling and entering his body, and you can feel the mark of the bear claw on top of his heart start to glow in this aquatic blue tone, and you feel his breaths getting steadier, and you see the wounds on the side of his head start to close automatically and heal. You see the dried blood on his fur start to turn into an even drier flakes that just blow off into the stream of wind as you're holding him there. And One Fang, after all this anguish, you gain your consciousness back, and this time you feel almost like waking up from a sleep, as more than you would feel like you're still in a torturous situation. You feel somehow internally energized and rested, and also nurtured and self-assured, and you're there. You gain your consciousness and open your eyes, and you're in the arms of Red Claw, which is beyond any doubt not an illusion.
You'll note, One Fang, that Red Claw's eyes are wide-eyed at the moment, for she could not have ever realized that such strength could also be used to mend wounds, something that she, in her bloody past, is never used to doing.
As Red Claw's eyes open, the mark over his heart, the bear claw heart symbol, still glowing, that light bluish in his eye, kind of reflected off of Red Claw's eyes and face, and seeing the energy that she's flowing into him to heal him, recognizing it as he's done it many times himself to heal, or when he healed her when she was injured. He sort of looks up and catches her eyes and just kind of stares, and maybe a moment passes where he's unsure, and then he just kind of just a slight smile, a slight smirk, and he says, "Thank you, sister." He said,
Of course.
You're not dead."
It'll take more than that to kill me.
And as he takes a deep breath, is getting his energy back. He gets that whiff now of like all the other wolves, all these wolves that he does not know who they are, and immediately you can feel him tense slightly, and he kind of looks over and sees them all just dispersed around us. Are we in danger?
She begins to lower you to stand upon your feet, feeling your strength, and with that she looks around. No. They are allies.
In a strange... Good, sorry.
They're here to help me get you out of here, and as well as to deal with human smoke. When she says that, she kind of looks around. What deviousness could that creature be up to, she thinks in her mind.
And as you say that they're allies, you see that dead beast kind of looks at you with this firm look and makes this mild bow and says, "You were truthful with me. You have earned my trust. I believe you about the creature you call human smoke. And if you need to call upon me and my brethren in aid in dealing with this creature, you need but how?"
She nods firmly. Thank you. I shall remember this.
As they exchange their words, One Fang kind of like moves away and begins frantically just looking around, looking in the hole, moving towards the tree. And he's like, "He must be here. I saw him just recently. We have to kill him. Stop him. He'll go back to the town." And then he stops, and I turn and look at Red Claw. "Where's Curious Mind?"
I don't know. She was spirited away. But to where, I don't know. But I don't think human smoke had anything to do with it, though it was a catalyst. I was too wounded to know the details.
You remember that when you were incapacitated during the fight after it was over, before One Fang was dragged off, one of the Fomori asked Human Smoke what of third one, where she gone, and Human Smoke replied, "I have a good idea where she's gone." And One Fang remembers after Human Smoke mockingly made the Jesus gesture and said, "I am the way," and laughed maniacally to your face and turned around, he yelled, "Malpheus awaits," which Red Claw learned from the scroll that Red Bitch showed her is an actual realm having to do with the worm. But you haven't exchanged this information.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, One Fang continues to frantically look around. He hasn't quite put the pieces, sadly, he hasn't put the pieces together, or even remembers what Human Smoke probably said to him, as his brain was so addled. I mean, he's been near death for several hours. I don't think he's lucid enough, or at least had enough time to contemplate what was said to him.
I remember Human Smoke saying something about having an idea about where Curious Mind went.
I turn and look at Red Claw. I remember him. He was saying stuff. Something about Malpheus. I don't...
Malpheus.
Does that make any sense to you?
We found scrolls containing such words of Malpheus. Now, are we aware that that's the actual realm?
Well, the scrolls described a realm of Malpheus.
Oh, okay.
But as you mentioned that aloud, you see that some of the red talons are looking at each other, kind of concerned, like, and you see that the mammoth spirit is also like looking around, tensely. And one of the red talons says, "You jest."
No, we do not. When the human inquisitors came, some of my pack whisked away inside of their large carriage and found many scrolls, all of them repeating the same words of Malpheus and the realm of it.
You also remember it mentioned a spiral, and it mentioned the great green dragon.
There was something of a spiral and a creature, a great green dragon.
And you hear one of the red talons whisper to another red talon and the other red talon immediately says, "Say that out loud!" And the other said, "I remember Pure Love talking about a spiral labyrinth of Malpheus and talking something about a dragon eye. He had a possession of, or something of that kind. He was talking about strange anecdotes about wisdom and of death and bringing life and all sorts of strange, unnerving things. I didn't think anything of it. I thought he was a rambling lunatic at times, but now that you mention it, and the mammoth spirit is immediately is. The realm of Malpheus is a realm of death, corruption, and the presence of the worm. If there are your friends there, they are in dire need of help. If there is indeed a truce between us, we need to assemble and save your friends before the realm takes them over, as did Pure Love."
How do we get there?
All of the Red Talon Elder Thurges shamans were killed during the war. There's none left. And Dead Beast immediately turns his head towards Red Claw and One Fang and says, "What? Didn't you have... Wasn't one of your elders a Thurge, a shaman?" You remember Steel Cave. Steel
Yes.
Cave is one of the elders. Yeah.
Steel Cave.
He might easily have a way to get there. We've already risked starting a war with you coming here. I don't think there's much to be lost if we go to your elders. Would you consider that to be a reasonable gesture if we were to cross the border with you to your lands in order to take care of this business to save the lands we both want to see survive?
Of course. Given the circumstances, this goes beyond the tribes now.
One
Great
thing
mammoth spirits.
reaches out and puts his hand on Red Claw's shoulder, trying to like silence her for a second. Does she pause?
She does for a little bit when she turns to you. What is it, One Fang?
Red Claw, the last meeting we had was not good against... If you remember, everyone seemed so against anything to do with the Red Talons. Bringing them in there might not be the best way to do this.
I realize that, but we have very little choice. Our packmate is in danger, and even more so in the realms of Malpheus. This goes beyond our simple grudges that may be held. And One Fang...
But will they give us the time?
They will, because we have the evidence to support that it was not the Red Talon's sole intentions. It was human smoke who provoked all of this. That is our common enemy, and that will unite us, if not for a brief time. Great Mammoth Spirits, will you come with us as well? Your words will carry much weight upon this council.
I shall. For you.
Thank you. We mustn't waste any time. Let us go there immediately.
And as you say that, it's like when One Fang goes to take a single step forward, it's like it hits you like a lash whip to the face. It's as if you can hear it all the way here, all the way from Wildmark. You can hear the same scream of Agnes that you heard when you were in the Fangaya realm with the Gural. You get this immediate feeling that
she's in danger. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
One Fang turns and you hear him say, "Agnes," in the middle of transforming using rage to instantly become Garou, and he just fucking launches off towards Wildmark without a second thought. Or without saying a word.
How does Redclaw react to this?
One Fang! One Fang! And she'll turn to the rest. We must hurry to the council at once! And
what about your friend? He said something, some name when he protruded off.
That was his wife's name, Agnes, from the village. Something must happen there. They spoke of brimstone and fire.
Well, you go after your friend. We'll go to the border and be ready. Once you call us, we'll come.
She nods, and then she bolts off after One Fang, still
Okay.
in her Garou form.
And off you run, and as One Fang is running through the woods, just everything just slashing branches and shrubs away from his path as he's just one-track mind, just running towards the town and just thinking to himself, all the monks, all the 14 monks were... Oh, that's right, you didn't witness that.
Well, yeah, I didn't witness that, hence why I'm running.
Okay, but Redclaw knows that all of the 14 monks were absolutely decimated. They were all slashed to ribbons. They were all murdered to asunder. It was an actual, literal killing fields that you left behind in the woods, and you left Dusklight to look after them and bury the corpses after performing the ritual to cast away the worm taint. And if it's either human smoke or something else, but onward you keep on running.
As One Fang is running, he maybe, it gets to him and he remembers that there's the rest of the pack. And he begins howling out to Oxspear and to Dusklight and to Red Bitch, calling them because he knows they have to be around. He never got a chance to ask Redclaw what had happened. So he just puts out a call to the other Warhearts as he's going, even to Curious Mind and to Redclaw, who he knew, he just left her. He can probably hear her breathing behind him, chasing right after him.
Yeah, you don't know if anybody is calling back on, like nobody's like, okay, I read you.
Yeah.
Like nobody's like making those
Right.
kind of messages. So you just have to trust that they're hearing you and heeding your calls. But as you're frantically running there, you do feel Redclaw behind you, who's gaining, speed and who's also like getting closer and closer to you, and you realize that the town of Wildmark is getting closer and closer to you, and you feel like the presence of Agnes is getting closer and closer to you, and you realize that you're in your werewolf form, and you haven't lost yourself to a frenzy or anything. You still have your faculties to yourself, but as you're getting closer, it starts to be like, okay, like you can't just bust into the town as a werewolf in the middle of the day.
Yeah, I mean, One Fang is probably not in the right state of mind. And unless Red Claw does anything, like, he'll probably keep going. Like, I mean, she's faster and stronger than he is, so she can catch him. But
yeah,
I think that One Fang
you have a manic streak on you, giving you extra strength. So
that's true.
Red Claw notices after running for a while that it actually looks like this crazy bastard is about to go to Vilmark without shapeshifting, without getting his clothes, without anything, with that kind of slashed face, all these things. And
she tries to barrel in front of him and like grab his shoulder. One Fang, stop! You'll cause so much damage doing this! Get a hold of your senses!
Yeah, just One Fang kind of slams into her, and then seeing her in front of him helps to like snap him out of like this fucking one path of destruction he was going to do, kill anything in the way that was going to get between him and Agnes, and her or obviously Curious Mind standing between them would obviously break him out of that. And he just kind of hits her. Maybe they even tumble back a little bit, and he hits the ground breathing. He's like, "You're right, Red Claw. I'm sorry." And then he slowly begins to transform out of his form into his human form.
Hurry. Get your clothes, I'll get mine. We'll head inside. We'll see what's going on.
You're right. I will. And, One Fang goes and finds the stash where he has his clothes and begins to grab them.
Okay. Where are you planning on entering the town? Are you planning on entering the town from the house of One Fang, or are you planning on going straight to the church, or anywhere? Where do you plan to
go? She'll go right into the middle of the town through the church to see what's going on.
Okay. What about One Fang? Are you following suit, or are you doing something different?
I'm kind of like picturing where I would keep my extra set of clothes, so I think I'd be closer towards my house. But I'm going to actually run past my house down by the water and then come up that way. That way I come up by Agnes's father's workshop where their house is. That might give me a better view, I think, of the area.
Okay. You have those scars on the side of your face. Do you have anything to cover it with, or are you just displaying yourself with these immense scars on the side of your head?
At this point, I mean, One Thing I don't really even think understands how bad it looks. Like, he thinks he's just scratched. Like, I mean, he never had a mirror to look into or anything like that. And Red Claw didn't go, holy shit, look at your face.
Yeah.
But
you do, however, have a memory of the crow feeling like it's pecking at the skull. You do have like a feeling that that you were very badly wounded, but that might just not be a concern at this point.
Yeah, not only is it not a concern, he's just always healed from everything. Like, since he's turned into a werewolf, he doesn't know that he has these huge gouges.
And also, you have those stigmata scars on your neck and all that.
Those he might have seen, which angers him, but his love for Agnes is just overriding any of that natural stuff.
Well, in that case, Red Claw, you can do a roll of perception plus alertness to see if you can spot One Fang before he presents himself to any living person in the town. If you can succeed in that, then you'll be able to spot and intervene.
Dude, if my uncle has gone near Agnes, I'm gonna rip it apart. I'm just saying.
I got one success, but I also got a botch.
So you get nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, so you don't see this. You two enter through different parts to the town. already entering to the borders of the town. It's before you even see anything, you hear this kind of muffled, this kind of townspeople just kind of this muffled kind of blabbering of them just talking to one another over something, and clearly everybody's like gathered in the town. And as you arrive, you're right before you even see anything, you hear a high-pitched shouting voice of One Fang's uncle
God damn it.
yelling like judgments and brimstone and fire from his mouth. And as you enter into the town, you see that everyone's gathered all around the town, close to the churchyard. The churchyard has this stone wall that's not very tall. There, and the churchyard is on a very not a steep hill, but a little bit of an incline, where you see that your uncle has put up a plank of wood to make a stage. That's like there's the wall, and then there's the hill, like on the other side, supporting the plank. And it's like the size of a regular stage, and on the stage you see your uncle standing, frothing from the mouth, face red with a vein pulsating from the side of his head, with this kind of glee of madness and hysteria, with these kind of glowing eyes of just this kind of confusion and delusion, and he's wearing crimson red cloaks. He doesn't have the orange crucifix on his neck, but he has like novices' cloaks that are crimson red. He's standing on the stage. Next to him on the stage is a chair, and on the chair is sitting Agnes. And Agnes is not tied to the chair, but your uncle is holding like a large Bible in this kind of way where he's like grabbing it so that the pages are showing to the people, almost like this sign, and spit and froth coming out of his mouth, with him like sharply pointing his finger into the book and into Agnes and into the people. He's spewing this vitriol, this kind of just brimstone at the end times, and he's spewing all this, and I have evidence that this wretched witch is the one who killed our beloved Esther Holloweg. She is the one who has caused all the misfortune and unhappiness in our town. She is the spawn of devil. She has flown into Blogola and drained the semen of Satan himself to manipulate and brainwash our young men who lust after her witch visage. He's just letting out these accusations. No one seems to be hysterically like, yes, burn her, but everyone has that kind of he's saying things that ring very mildly true to a lot of people. Like if there's an undercurrent in the social circles in the town of oh, she did this kind of strange thing. Oh, did you see what she did? And then someone comes out and just says bluntly, just spews out these extreme, accusations with such confidence, such gusto, and such it says it here, people are kind of they're kind of like in a Donald Trump rally, kind of that does sound like it makes sense, this kind of it seems like it's kind of spreading. It's nobody's like I said, calling for her head or something, but he's definitely planting seeds. He's definitely making the people fertile to the idea that perhaps after a confession they might be very willing for a burning or something. And there you stand as you arrive to the scene. One fan from a further distance behind the mob and the Red Claw arriving kind of to the side, still arriving so that nobody's like, hey, where did you come from? But you know, you're still there in the midst of the people there, and you don't see any of the monks around. The carriage is still there. You don't see any sign of human smoke, and it's almost like if the people around you knew that the monks are no longer around or something. Some of the people who would call bullshit would call bullshit, but there's a certain authority with that cloak, with that confidence, and with that threat of violence and everything going around that people are kind of just sheepishly kind of listening and just looking and just, you know.
She's gonna make her way around the crowd towards One Fang. As she does, noticing his facial scarring at that point. And now, how bad was it again? The facial scarring?
They're pretty much, they don't come to the face. The top of his ear isn't like slashed off, but there's a different like there's like a you know on his ear, and you know, basically the side of the face, like from the temple to the back of his head, there's like deep scratches. They're like you know, this thick, and go pretty much from the temple to the back of the head, all the way from the top of his head to the top of the ear that's been slashed.
Does it look like his hair can cover it at all?
No, unless you grow it long and then just comb it over your ear and everything, then it could cover it up. Unless you start to bald, then it,
Right.
then it might
Well, no, he
not
does
be
have
as
long
good.
hair. Like he's got
Yeah.
the long hair and the beard now. I didn't know, like, if it's just natural, if some of the hair survived.
Yeah, I don't think your hair is long enough to cover it completely now, but if you grow it longer, like shoulder length or something, it would cover it pretty well. It's but you could, you know, if you fiddle around with it, or if you have a hood on your clothes or anything of the sort, if you have any sort of a hat or anything of the sort, it would be easy.
Uh, One Fang keeps hurriedly looking back from Red Claw to Agnes, and then to the uncle, and he's like, I don't, and he kind of panicking. He just kind of like pulls his outer coat open, and just rips his undershirt, and then looks over at Red Claw. Cut my head where they are so we can wrap it.
Of course. And she'll just grab like some of the cloth and stuff and just wrap it around his head. But while she's doing so, she looks up at you, Wenfang. Your uncle seems pretty deranged at this point. He's convinced that she is some sort of witch. But with the monks slain and human smoke for time being nowhere to be found, perhaps the influence can be disrupted here. You have to use the power of the bear. Use it to heal him.
Kind of grins, not a grin, kind of like a grimace towards you, and looks back over at his uncle. He's like, I'm not sure that the bear will be able to do that. But we have to get him alone. And hopefully I can get Agnes away from him now before this becomes a crazy, worse situation.
The more you're stalling there, One Fang, you have to do a rage roll to see if you fall into frenzy.
So that is just my total rage, or what I have rage presently.
Total.
So 1 die per rage?
Yeah.
Okay. 6 or higher.
No, the difficulty is the amount of rage that you have.
All right, so I have 5 rage total, so that makes it 5 or higher, or
No, wait. I think it. No, I think it was. Sorry, I think it was 6 or higher, but.
you want to make it higher?
Well, no, wait. 6 or higher. Let's say 6 or higher. 6 or higher.
Okay, 6 or higher. I got 3 successes.
Okay. Well, 4 successes is the limit of falling into a frenzy. So you sustain your faculties. You keep yourself in focus. Perhaps it's Red Claw's presence right in the front of you, helping you and giving you, this kind of help and camaraderie and caring and all that kind of, being a strong model for you to kind of look up to, kind of thing. And you look over over her shoulder and kind of see what's going on, and you do feel that kind of, like you want to go and get your wife out of that situation, but at the same time it's kind of like, yeah, you can't just slash through the townspeople to get to her, so you do keep your composure.
Once the bandage is done, and Red Claw, when Red Claw did it, she did cut me though, right? She made sure that I would bleed. That was the whole thing. Like there had to be some sort of blood on the bandage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
even though it heals almost instantaneously, there's still a trickle of blood.
Yeah, I just need something to make it look like it. Otherwise.
Yeah.
And then once Red Claw gives me the okay, I'll start heading towards the crowd.
Yeah, she does, and when she does, she's going to walk beside you.
As I get to the edge of the crowd, one Fang kind of stands up as straight as he can, kind of tilts his head slightly because of the injury, but he loudly and clearly, he's like, "Uncle, what goes on here?"
And you see that your uncle is kind of startled by your presence there, and kind of like from you cutting in on his moment of truth kind of thing, and it's like, this is what he's been working on all these years kind of thing, and this is what all this spying has kind of built up to. And he, holding the Bible open there, he kind of lowers it and looks up with these glowing big eyes on his head, and he looks at you and says it is a trial of God.
This is no trial. Who is the judge?
Quiet, blasphemer! I speak with the voice of angels and of the Christ's blood flowing through my words. They are not for you to be questioned. I hold the authority here. I am the religious figure of this town. I am the spiritual leader of all you people here, and you are going to follow me as much as my cloak now dictates. That the same authority bestowed upon the brothers of the Eye of God are now bestowed upon me as well, and I will delegate this trial.
Those are not the vestments of our God. And when he says that, I kind of like spread my hands out like to all the people around me as I continually slowly make my way through. He's like, I don't know what vestments those you wear, and that book you're reading from is not the Bible.
How dare you! I know you. I've built you up from the ground up. I've smelled the stench of a witch on you from the day you were born. From the taint your foul mother placed upon you. Before I found it out on her, and I made sure that she became ash to the winds, as I'm going to do to this wench who is doing the same to you, and will do the same to your unborn child, as she will to the rest of the town. She will burn.
When he mentions his mother, One Fang stops, and clearly, even though he had heard Human Smoke say the same thing, now hearing his uncle exclaim, this loudly, and I kind of turn and look at the nearest person towards me, eyes almost watering, and I look back. He's like, "You admit that you killed my mother?"
I was acting as the righteous hand, the right hand of our Lord God, as I smited down an agent of Lucifer himself, as she was.
There was no trial. You just killed an innocent. There was no one to judge.
Innocent, you say? How dare you blaspheme my intentions? I am much more learned on the arts of our Lord. I've traveled the world. I've seen things you would never believe to be true, things you would not comprehend, things you, as a small child, were too blissfully ignorant to know. But I know of the evils of this world. I know what extends human depravity is capable of with the aid of Lucifer. And this wench here, this witch, is doing that exact same thing. She is indirectly murdering people in the town. She is indirectly doing the will of Satan.
Redclaw begins to... She steps forward and points a finger at him. And when she does, she shouts out loud, "You say you do God's will, but you just admitted to burning someone alive for nothing! This woman here has done nothing wrong!
How dare you! It was not nothing. It was trying to poison the mind of an innocent child. A child who has now lurked his way to another witch in his adult days to have his mind corrupted further in the same way. The cycle of abuse is now closed, and I will dismantle and destroy it before it claims more victims."
Look around him, folks! Look at how mad he is! Look at him! What he brings here is nothing but chaos! He does not speak for the Lord!
When she says that, One Fang begins to take off his coat so that clearly the burns that are on his arms, the marks on his back where he's been whipped hundreds of times when he was a child, and he says, "This is the only pain that I've felt that you've ever given to me."
The two of you do not understand the extent of what you speak. You do not know how these creatures are intermittent between us in our midst. We are but a small community with one witch already being found out. Imagine a whole city. Imagine the political and the king's court being filled with this influence. This will kickstart a witch trials, a witch hunt, a puritanical scourge of these lands, and the influence of the devil will be washed clean, and the people will finally be freed, and they will rejoice, and I will be their savior.
There is only one savior, and you dare hog the glory for yourself! Look at this man! The ego! This is not a man who speaks of reason! This is a man who speaks of madness!
And
How mad are you? How mad are you? As she looks at the crowd.
The crowd seems at this point kind of confused. They're like, it's going into like these lengths of like, you can see that Agnes's parents and family are like, they really want to join in and help you, but at the same time they're afraid for your werewolf community being compromised for the life of a single person, no matter how much they love her, and also being afraid of the mob. So I will have you do a charisma plus leadership roll. Here you go, Red Claw, as the possible new.
Well, Good
person
thing
to be
here
followed.
because that gives me 6 dice to work with.
There you go.
Yeah,
6 or above.
I got 3 in leadership and 3 in charisma. She's got it going. And it's 6 and up.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 1, 2, 3 successes, but there's also a 1 for a botch, so that counts as that one. But I have 2 successes though.
Okay, that's enough where one fan can see that besides, you bearing your scars to show everyone and everyone looks at them and you feel this automatic kind of like scales kind of dropping from everyone's eyes and they kind of like everyone in this day and age has by today's standards an extremely abusive parent. It's just the way things were then, but things like this look like outright sadism and just overkill, and you immediately get everyone's sympathy who looks upon it. And when you see next to your Red Claw amp people up, you see this kind of glow emanating from her in this kind of way of inspiration. This kind of like you see in her at this moment what was missing in Oxspear as a leader, and you feel like she's somebody you'd follow to the ends of the earth as a fellow soldier in her army kind of thing. And as she says that, you see that the courage kind of comes up and boils up in the people, and Agnes's parents get the courage to yell out, cheering and supporting yells to what you said, to saying that you're no religious leader of ours. Yes, your spiritual paths have been mere seclusion as of late, and you've been nothing but a sadist pig. And immediately when that happens, everybody kind of starts to be like, yeah, that's right. And your uncle immediately starts to look like he's losing his composure and just looking around, looking like he's about to explode, and just heresy! And he raises up his rod, which he used to beat One Fang with every day of his childhood, and he raises it up, looking like he's about to smack Agnes square in the head with it to vent his rage, just like his parenting beatings always felt like his rage and delusions being just vented on poor One Fang as a child.
Red Claw wants to. What she'll do is she'll run up there and she's going to cover Agnes with her body, so that when he swings, he hits her instead.
What about One Fang?
Yeah, One Fang was about to say something, and then seeing the hammer come up, as it were, charges towards and actually just tries to tackle him off the thing.
Okay. Well, you both succeed without having to do a roll at this point, really, because he's just an old guy with with a mean voice. As you go there, and Red Claw immediately hunches over Agnes there, who's already squinting her eyes and bending, getting tensed up, and as he's like, One Fang comes in and does a spear, oh my God, a spear, he's broken in half, and he does one ox spears, the signature move that he always attempted on Ox Spear, but never really wound up being able to use to bring him down. Now you bring your uncle down full force, and he immediately just goes, to the ground with you, and immediately when you hit the ground, all of his breath is kind of taken away. He's completely on the ground, and he's completely pathetic. The rod flew in the air, and immediately everyone in the mob starts to gather around to just look, and everyone seems to be kind of like everyone has this kind of a run him out of town type of a expression on their face without saying it out loud.
Oh, Redclaw's going to take the opportunity while she's on the podium, when she sees this crowd getting all fervor, she's going to look at them all and say, "Stay your hands! This man has done much wrong, but the Lord does teach us to turn the other cheek. Let us not forget what he has done, but let us instead forgive. For that is the greatest power within ourselves." And then saying that becomes a true lesson for her, as she, in a lot of ways, forgave the Red Talons for what has happened. And so she speaks that with utter truth coming out from her onto the crowd.
You feel the presence of the bear spirit as you emanate this same energy as you lay that down. And everybody around you kind of looks at, even though you're not that much of a leader in the human community, everybody kind of gets attached to that charisma and confidence, and everybody kind of like, yeah, she's right. And One Fang, laying there on the ground, having just tackled your uncle, who's completely just withered and pathetic there. What are you up to?
As One Fang kind of pins him down, he looks deeply into his eyes. He's looking for that sign of humanity, the sign of that he's not just a feral creature, something that needs to just be put down. He's looking for that glimpse of humanity that Red Claw so wants him to heal him of, to bring him back to normalcy. But One Fang, through everything he's done to him, and now this coming to this catharsis of he killed his mother. He burned his arm. He's punished him his entire life for things he's never done, outwardly attacking his wife and his unborn child. If he was alone, One Fang would kill him without a second's thought. But feeling Red Claw's guidance and trusting in her, he's looking for just that hint that there's some part of humanity left in him that maybe he can touch, that he can tap into, that he can heal, that he can give to. And though he can't heal, he's not going to use the bear power now. He kind of just gets close to his uncle, looking into his eyes, and he just sort of just looks closely and says, "I'm sorry for your pain, Uncle."
And as you were laying on top of him there after tackling him, you saw that human side in him, which was the fear that you saw when you first transformed in front of him and grabbed his wrist when he was about to beat you again. And he was terrified of you then and didn't speak to you for over a year when you or half a year or however long it was, really. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And you see that same expression now that you have again stepped on him as he's tried to force his will and tried to use force and intimidation to get his way. And you've stepped up to him and brought him down. He looks again like a sniveling little pathetic child who's like a second away from breaking out crying or something out of a tantrum or just fear. He looks extremely pathetic, and you feel sorry for him in that way. You feel sorry for him for he's a sorry creature, but not out of pretty much anything further than that.
Yeah, I mean, with that, if there's not a lot of people around, One Fang will begin to pick him up, to help him up, and kind of turn to the people around him and we will bring him. We'll bring him to his house where he can stay. We'll make sure that he stays there, and on the morrow we can have a vote to find out what he should be done. Perhaps bring it to the Lord.
After the whole kind of tenseness has dissipated after this, you see that the wife of the nobleman who's in charge of this town.
Yeah, she's still there.
She doesn't say anything. She points at the two guards that normally guard their residence and points at them and kind of points towards you, and they kind of. And you see two guards with pole arms who are usually this kind of, in this town, they have nothing really to do. So they're just they're just killing time. So now they kind of have this vigor, this kind of, being very, on the task. And they come...
As they come to draw him away, I sort of quietly say to them, please provide him with a Bible. And then I turn to, as my uncle's there, I say, perhaps you should start reading it again from the beginning, Uncle. See where you were misled.
He doesn't say anything. He just looks miserable, and he has this like Mr. Burns' hands when he's being picked up, like this, and he's just completely like hunched over and this miserable, and this little Nosferatu, and he's the two guards are like walking him towards the shack and are about to stay guard there to look after him. And Agnes is there, and you see that as you turn towards Agnes, you can see that her face is completely just wrinkled. It's like her eyes are all puffy out of just trying to hold back like tears, and you can see her quivering lower lip as she, after the tenseness of your uncle has been taken away, just kind of leaps off of the chair to your arms and wraps her arms around you and immediately starts to sob on your neck and said, "You're alive! You're alive! You're alive! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!"
He said, "It's okay. It'll be okay. You didn't think I left you this early, do you?"
"Never. He told me you were dead. I didn't want to believe it. I'm glad I didn't."
"Come, let's head home. It's safe there. No, let's go to your parents.
It's
You should be with your family."
Actually, you see that she's not moving anywhere. So she's like completely stiff, but she has you in a bear hug almost, like she's clenched all around you, and even her head is like pressing with force on your neck, almost like being another, clinch.
I sort of just reach down and like kind of scoop up her legs and carry her.
Okay.
And
she doesn't weigh much. You if you want to. And it's kind of, yeah. You go ahead.
As I pass the lady of the town, I thank her. Thank you, milady, for taking care of that and keeping watch over my uncle. I believe his mind has been damaged from the guilt he has from murdering my mother.
Well, as someone who has taken up the responsibility of taking care of the people of this town, I also feel that need to apologize to you and especially to your wife, but see to her. We'll see to your uncle.
I thank her in a light bow. Obviously, I'm holding Agnes, so it's hard for me to bow towards her, but showing respect towards her. And then I'll move towards Agnes's family, and then maybe as a group we can move, trying to usher in Red Claw with us.
Yeah, and I'll wait until Red Claw returns. He's away from his keyboard, so yeah.
Oh my God! One thing's mind is still racing over why didn't Oxpear show up? It's his daughter. Why didn't? Where's the other parts of the pack? Where's everybody?
Yeah, you haven't
Where's
been in...
goddamn curious mind?
Well,
What are you doing out there?
you were told that she disappeared into thin air, and the kind of talk you had kind of did hint that she's disappeared to another realm or something, and then there was talk about the Malthus and all that. But when it comes to Oxpear, no, you have not been informed about that. But yeah, what Phil missed there was simply that One Fang and Agnes just kind of clinched together, and Agnes sobbed on his shoulder and being glad to see that he's alive, unlike what she said that she was told that One Fang was dead and all that. And One Fang walked Agnes to the rest of the family, and they were just all kind of together there. And it's at that moment that Red Claw and One Fang both hear a howl. You hear a howl coming from the Longhouse Island, the center of your sept, the island Cairn where the elders reside, and where Red Bitch said that she was taking Oxpear's body, and she must have mentioned it to the elders, or she's the or actually it's her voice you hear. She's the one summoning everyone, but it's clearly coming from the island.
She will walk up to One Fang. One Fang, come. I know you wish to be with your family right now, but there is still so much to do, my friend.
He kind of looks at Red Claw and then back at Agnes, and he's like, Agnes, I have to go. Your father and the others need us.
She doesn't say anything. You just see that her eyes are kind of, you can feel her like fluttering breath as she's pressed against you, and she lifts her head up and looks you straight in the eye with her kind of tear glistened eyeballs there, and she doesn't say anything. You just hear this stuttering breath coming from her mouth as she leans forward to give you a deep kiss, and kisses you long and with meaning, and with this kind of, if this is the last kiss you're gonna share, it has that kind of a
that lasting effect, yeah.
yeah.
As we finish the kiss, I sort of hug her and then kiss her forehead, then whisper to her that the others are all gone. None of them can threaten us. Just in case she was worried about that.
Yeah. She doesn't say anything. She just lowers her head in understanding, but doesn't say anything like yes.
Do I still have that presence of the bear feeling? She's gonna walk up to them and put her hand on her shoulder, and her family members around her who are also kinfolk, and she will, I guess, in a way, try to project a feeling of certainty that things will be all right, and she will say to them, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. You can trust me upon that. I've gotten One Fang out of worse situations, and I shall bring him back again and again." She'll say with a bit of a toothy grin.
Okay. She kind of nods, but still she's very emotional there and all that. But the presence of the bear through your hand and through the presence of you yourself does calm everyone down, and everyone's kind of like, we can actually breathe type of thing.
And as they walk away, she puts her hand on One Fang's shoulder as they approach, as they head off. Again, that feeling of the bear, and she says to you, "One Fang, there's something you must know before we head there, and this is while we're while we're heading there, of course.
Yeah.
She'll say, Oxspear didn't make it. He is gone.
Oh.
The cultists, those that were with human smoke. They caught
One
him
Fang
off guard.
stops. Just stops and stares at you, waiting. How could they? No, not Oxspear. They were just human.
They killed him. He was trying to save my life as I lay there wounded and bleeding. He must not have paid attention. He was always so bullheaded. But now, he is gone. I always held such a grudge for him for what he had done, and in his last fleeting moments, in his delirium, he spoke out the truths of why he fled, out of fear. I hated him for a long time, my friend. But he was still my brother, still my packmate, and so I still held that respect. And now I don't feel that anymore. The hatred, I mean, it is gone. I feel only forgiveness. May he rest in peace now, in the arms of Gaia.
One Fang kind of reaches out and just kind of touches your shoulder for a second, but then looks back towards Viltmark and he thinks of Agnes. And then his mind just races to that time where this huge, massive man came into the camp and began threatening me. In that first moment where I passed into the penumbra, where I fought, or when I tried to fight against him, and he just laughed at me. But in the end, he allowed me to marry his daughter, and sort of felt that there was always a certain amount of that One Fang had Oxspear's respect, and that's something that he always strived for. And yeah, you sort of see his eyes kind of glass over and not cry or weep, but he does shed a tear for him. You know, a man that he felt that he could love, that, you know, not having a father figure, you know, he sort of adopted Oxspear to be that father, that person to train him, to teach him, to love him. And though it seemed more aggressive and kind of, he came off as a dick sometimes to him, I think that One Fang truly cared for him. And not just, you know, more so than just because he's Agnes's father as well, that he's family. And more so than he's our pack leader. Sometimes that means less to One Fang than just how someone actually treats him. And yeah, One Fang just sort of sniffles and moves past Red Claw and says, "Shall we?" and then transforms into his lupus form and begins running as quickly as he can towards Arcairn.
Red Claw nods silently, and then follows in suit, as she does, reflecting upon the moments with Oxspear, staying true to her words, wishing him well in the far realms with the others of our tribe, that we may all join them someday.
I'm gonna apologize to Roger a little bit. It's been such a long time now, but I'm just one more little scene. Then I'm gonna come to you. Red Claw and One Fang come to the island. Basically, there's nothing really that happens on the way there, unless you wish to call the Red Talons to come with you to the island, or do you want to go to the island by yourselves?
One thing I'll defer to Red Claw. He still doesn't think it's a good idea to show up with 15, even with the mammoth spirit. He would advise against that, as there was so much vitriol coming from what's the leader, the Philodox of our camp?
Good Death.
Good death, yeah.
From Good Death, about how they wanted to slaughter them. It makes me fearful that this might just elicit a response that we can't control. But if they're within range, we can always call them and bring them in.
Red Claw's not going to call them just yet. She's going to try to talk reason to the rest of them and present them with that evidence, and then call them over and just have that discussion afterwards. She doesn't want to roll up, but she doesn't want that to happen. So she's going to play this out very carefully. As feeling embroiled by this presence of the bear spirit, she feels much confidence about this, and she feels like she finally understands and gets it, and that she can do this.
Okay. As you've arrived to the island, already walking up the hill towards the edge until you go down the steep hill there in the middle, you automatically walk past the graves that are dug into the side of the incline there, and you walk past the grave of Pale Dread, knowing that Oxspear is to be buried most likely next to him. There's your former leader and the next former leader next to him. Yeah.
A silent nod she gives, and almost like this moment where time stops and she reflects for a moment, she places her hand upon her chest, clenches it into a fist, a tuft of hair, and then off into the wind. A small offering for an old friend and a good leader. She only hopes that she may prove to be subtle should the time come.
And maybe some future generation will come in here and stand in front of your grave with reverence and respect to all that you've achieved in your lifetime. As you enter over the edge, you see that Red Bitch as well as Dusklight are there. And Dusklight is kind of, he's flailing his arms and he's explaining stuff like a motor mouth that he is, whereas Red Bitch has parchments and the scrolls in her hand, like pointing a finger at them, while you see that the three leaders of your sept are standing there in front of them with the body of Oxspear being laid, in this neat, and it has like these carvings on the sand around his body. It looks like ceremonial, that his body has not just been dumped there or anything. It looks like a proper thing. There's Good Death, there's Steel Cave, and there's North Star. All North Star in her lupus form sitting there, and Good Death as well as Steel Cave standing there. Steel Cave being very like hands-on hips, kind of like stern-looking, and Steel Cave looking kind of you can't really read too much of his expression. He just looks interested and kind of inquisitive. But there you are, standing on the edge of the top, seeing down into this.
Yeah.
She will gesture towards one thing to follow with a slight head nod as she makes her way down quickly, and as she does, she will approach them.
Well, almost all of the Warhearts seem to be here, says uh, Good Death, and immediately North Star says, "What about my daughter? Where's she?"
That is what we have come to talk about, as well as many a thing that has transpired over this short time.
So it seems, and he's looking down at Oxpear's body there.
Oxspear's body. He was slain by cultists, humans that have gone into worship of the worm. Several
What?
figures clad in red showed up in town, inquisitors. They were led by an individual. One Fang was confronted by this man, and they had wandered out into the woods so that they may discuss. I followed in the shadows, and there that man transformed into an abomination, a creature I have never laid eyes upon, something of the worm, and yet something like Garou as well.
And you see the Good Death immediately like preposterous, and you see that North Star looks concerned, and you see that whereas Steel Cave had kind of this wrinkly forehead with this kind of scowl as he was paying attention, immediately like, it goes like relaxed as he almost like looks like he heard certain something that clicked with him, and Red Bitch is also saying that, yeah, and meanwhile we busted, with Oxspear's help, we busted into their carriage and found these scrolls that opens it, and immediately before she gets to say the words, you see that Steel Cave snatches the scroll from her hand, and she's just, kind of, even though she's a Ragabash and her duty is to kind of speak over people and be belligerent, she kind of like just gets shuts up when Steel Cave snatches it and looks at it with concern and says, "Describe this creature."
Its skin was leathery, like that of a lizard, but its head the shape of a Garou. The way it transformed, its body breaks whenever it congeals its disgusting form. Its arms were long and gangly, and when it attacked, it fought like a Garou. I struck upon it. I sunk my fangs deep into its flesh, and yet it did not yield. Its claws of silver sunk into my side, and that's when its breath, a foul orange mist that burns the very air to even breathe, washed upon me. I fought as hard as I could, and I fell to the ground. I rescued One Fang as it drug him off. It called itself Human Smoke.
While you're kind of saying that, while you say human smoke, it's almost like before you even finish, you're already being cut off by Steel Cave, who says, "Where is he now?"
I don't know. He had fled off into the Red Talon territory where he had drugged One Fang.
This speaks of the realm of Malpheus. Do you suppose he's gone there? And you see North Star also chime in. "And what about my daughter? Where did you mention that she's gone to? Why isn't she here?"
She was whisked away into Malpheus as well.
And immediately when you say that, he kind of, Steel Cave just kind of stops in his tracks and immediately just kind of drops the scroll and immediately turns around and opens a gate to the penumbra, and immediately it just opens like that. It just opens immediately, and he just walks through it, and it just immediately like as soon as he walks like that kind of thing, like he's a pro. And immediately when that happens, you see that Good Death is immediately like looking around like looking around questioningly, and North Star is immediately looking at all of you and looking at Good Death and saying, "Curious mind is in Malpheus. She immediately also opens a gate and leaps out of it, into the penumbra. It closes behind her, and immediately after that, Good Death is also like, damn, and opens a big enough hole where all of you can walk through into the penumbra.
Oh, she follows in afterwards, but you know, as each of them are doing that, she has like kind of one finger up, like she wants to speak, but like they all keep going. So she walks through as well, and when there's an opportunity, she'll speak to Good Death and the rest of them, for she has more to reveal.
All right. As you've walked through into the penumbra, you can see that Steel Cave is already like tossing in some kind of dust that's colorful out of his little pouch there, and he's already like he has a little stick that has like little tiny skulls on it of rodents and stuff that he's kind of and doing this kind of shaman weird stuff. And immediately when he grabs some of that dust again and like pops it into the air and smacks his hands together, you see that a moon bridge protrudes from the penumbra into the great heights, straight into the sky, twirling as it gets higher. And Steel Cave says to you all, like turning towards all of you, says, "Call everyone."
And as she nods, she also looks to the rest of them. There is more. Human Smoke jug one thing into the Red Talon territory. But while he did so, or before, he bragged on about how he manipulated the Red Talons into the war with us.
What is this abomination you keep talking about? Why does Steel Cave seem to know so much, not saying anything? And Steel Cave is immediately, I've heard, I've seen, and I've read about things like this, and it's something that must not be named lightly. Call everyone. And as you're kind of he's kind of looking at you guys and looking at Steel Cave, and then he kind of like looks kind of like frustrated, but then he flips up his head and you hear him howl out a signal to call in the bullheads and the screaming eagles to join all of you. And while that's going on, everybody's kind of tense, like are we going somewhere, kind of thing. And Good Death kind of looks at Red Claw and says, "What are you babbling on about the Red Talons?"
Because I had to go into their territory to retrieve one thing. As the one called Human Smoke drug him there, crucified him upon a tree to perform profane rituals. And it was the Red Talons that assisted me to go in there and bring him back out.
You've broken one of our laws, then, have you? The Red Talons saw you in their territory, did they?
Yes.
Do you realize what you've done then? What you've provoked them to do?
They do not wish to fight. They understand that the one called Human Smoke caused all this. This war to happen. This is a part of his plan. He wants this to happen. That's why the spirits in the lake was corrupted. It was all part of the plan. They want more destruction. That is what it craves. It is something of the worm. I don't understand it completely, but it is the creature that craves these kind of conflicts and went through great lengths to manipulate these things. The human villages, here, the Red Talons. The great spirit mammoth understood this truth. It could vouch for what I say. It smelt the taint In the air, the sulfur that it spews forth that burns the very lungs. They understood this, and with their help, I retrieved one thing. They wait for a peaceful meeting, for they wish to see this creature gone, for it threatens all of our lands.
And you see Good Death kind of turn around to look at Steel Cave and says, "You know where we're going. I think the three packs will be able to make it." And um, Steel Cave kind of lifts his head and says, "Without outside help, I don't see many of us coming back." And Good Death kind of bites his teeth and looks down and then looks towards you and says, "Call them then."
And she howls into the night, into that sky, to call them over, so that the great spirit mammoth and the red talons may come and convene.
Yeah, and there they come. You see first the bullheads arrive, and then you see the screaming eagles arrive, and then as the last ones to arrive after, since they were further away, you see before their heads poke up, you see the head of the mammoth and its tusks protruding from over the edge of the Colosseum that you're in right now as it walks in, and everyone is there now. They walk down, and it's like this. The whole area is filled. The one pack that died completely off during the war is now kind of filled up, and you have like a full roster now that you're standing there, and with the mammoth standing there all proud and with its conviction, on its sleeve, you see that um, um, that Dead Beast, yeah, Dead Beast. I almost forgot the name. Takes steps forward and steps like there's the body of Oxspear on the middle there. Good Death is on the other side, and Dead Beast walks forward and sits down, looks down at Oxspear's dead body, lifts his head to look at Good Death. And Good Death doesn't look like he's about to extend an arm or anything of the sort. He just clenches his fists and looks, pissed off. And you see that the red talon there sitting in front of Oxspear's body looks up into the eyes of Good Death and says, "We have come as brothers," and lowers his head. When he lowers his head, one of his front legs starts to loosen up, and he rolls on his back. And Good Death looks down on that, and you see that all the red talons are super tense now. And you see that Good Death takes a long step and steps over the body that's on the ground and grabs Dead Beast, and he gets on his feet after he touches him, and they just lock eyes, and you see Dead Beast make a nod. And after that, Dead Beast kind of stands up and looks at everyone who's around, and just to not reiterate everything that's been said multiple times, he gives basically an Independence Day speech, laying down everything that has happened, that is at stake, and what everyone needs to find inside of them to make them, face something that means something, and all that sort of stuff. And we are now about to ascend to the realm of Malphys to save our Gaern and our realm. And with everyone getting like really worked up, and Curious Mind, of course. Yeah. Must not forget her. Everyone gets amped up, and everyone starts to march up. This big army of werewolves in Krynos form start to march up the the moon bridge, and with the two of you being in the front line, basically there, just with marching with the elders there, as you're marching up this pale bridge that has a gravity of its own, where it's almost like walking straight upwards. It still like holds your feet to it, and it feels like it's moving you faster through the air than just walking normally or anything like that. You're going on a spiritual highway, just riding across it, and while you're going, you see that North Star has felt very troubled this whole time. She hasn't said almost anything as soon as she got reassurance that Curious Mind, her daughter, is in the realm of Malphys, and she's constantly looking like she's in her own little world inside her head, and constantly like thinking of things and not being concentrated on what's happening. And then she just stops, and as everyone is marching, the Good Death and the others kind of turn around to look at her questioningly without saying anything, and she immediately says, "I'll meet you there," and immediately starts to run backwards, and everyone's kind of looking like what the devil? What's going on? What's going on? And the two of you also see this, that North Star, one of the most respected and of a respected lineage, someone who during the war, right before the war, kind of abandoned the whole sept and then came back with her pup. She kind of abandoned everyone for her pup, and now, even though everyone trusts her, you do see her kind of just go off and saying, "I'll meet you there," and just kind of run off to the other direction. So there's, at the same time, this kind of, she wouldn't do that, but at the same time, kind of like, what's she up to, type of thing. And, kind of, okay, let's just keep on marching type of thing. And as you keep on marching, I'll then turn finally to Curious Mind. But first, one must make a piss.
I guess you could say we're on a highway to Malphys.
Yeah.
We're on a highway to Malphys.
Oh man, guys, there was some intense playing there.
Yeah, there was so much I wanted to add to, but I didn't. It just, a lot of times when you get into the emotional things that you want to talk about,
Yeah.
but then it just takes up so much time to express it all. It's like, oh. So you try to, or I do anyways, I try to pick the bits and pieces that I think are most important, like, at that situation. But, like, even when we approached the car, like, I pictured One Fang running down the hill towards, like, still in his lupus form with his tail tucked under him, hair all, like, kind of sticking up, kind of just running over to Oxspear's body and just kind of, like, sniffing, almost whining in a wolf form, sitting there laying down.
Yeah.
I could have seen him doing that. But the conversation happened so quick, I was like, whoa, okay.
I feel bad now, because, like,
no, you needed to tell him. I could totally see Red Claw doing that, yeah, so it didn't...
I was like, I I have to tell them now because we have red talons. Hey, dude, we have red talons. We're all friends now.
Yeah, we need them. And then they kept cutting you off. I'm like, oh my god, he's never going to be able to tell them. Shh, he's back.
He's back. He's back.
He's back.
Talk something different than English. Talk Finnish. Talk Finnish. Oh,
Wait a minute. What?
What's happening? Well, anyways, yeah. Curious mind. While you had been leaping through the spiral labyrinth towards the temple in the distance in front of you, with every leap, pretty much that you've taken, it seems that you've seen more and more of these banes arise from the cracks beneath you. It's almost like if you look behind you, they seem to, like, after they've come up, they're not like going down. They seem to like follow you, where it looks like the surface is getting more and more cluttered with banes, these terrible and dangerous creatures. And after leaping enough, the leaping itself, once you've now reached the surface, it's not that difficult really to find your way to the temple itself. Now, when you reach the peak where the temple is,
how long in my installation is this taking? Because from what I was, the way you described it, it was like the fact that I could see it was a miracle, pretty much.
Yeah, it's definitely taken longer. I mean, long, but with the either because of rage or because of actual distortion in this kind of chaotic world, you've been making you've been making the distance a lot faster than you would normally if this was the physical realm.
Okay.
But it is like all throughout this leaping, it's pretty much been the same. It's pretty much just been looking down into this kind of jigsaw puzzle-looking, field of just everlasting maze, and all these vile creatures kind of just seeping out of it. Like if you didn't have the ability to leap like a hare, and you would have to run on top of this labyrinth, it would just be unbearable. You would most likely be, they would come from all angles and you would have nowhere to hide. So being able to leap like a hare is your saving grace in this, and being such a small creature there compared to the size and scope of the dragon who's still gliding around this area, you don't get the sensation that it's paid any attention to you or spotted you, but at the same time, it's like you can't take your eyes off of it as well. It's like you feel like it's not noticed you, but it's like impossible for you to notice anything without at the same time kind of like, and there's a fucking dragon, above your head. So,
hey, look, a pen and a fucking dragon over there.
yeah, and of course the whole atmosphere being so like crushingly miserable, all around you, that it's you can't get even excited about the discovery of new things or something, because it's such a melancholy-inducing, horrible place. After a while of this leaping thing, you.
Oh, by the way, while I leap, noticing that it's such an important, pretty much what you're saying, saving grace in this entire endeavor, I actually, plus the fact that she really liked it, she repeats the word that the hare kind of said to her pretty much every time she jumps, and she just like tries to force her to make her smile as she like whee flees through the air and just lands on the ground and starts running again and then jumps again.
Yeah, it's kind of like you catch yourself almost feeling like that you're pretending to be joyful because
Yeah.
this place doesn't allow for genuine joy to really manifest itself. It's again this mind game that you're playing on yourself to not allow this place to get to you too hard. Because you can imagine someone who's like kind of limp wristed, who's like, oh, I don't know, I remember whatever. Might be already at this point like huddled into a fetal position or somewhere, like and you can't let it come to that. As you've been leaping there, you make your way to the courtyard of the temple there. At the very top, there's a courtyard and the temple itself. The courtyard doesn't have any like statues or plants or trees or anything of that sort. It's just like this plain, completely smooth, just kind of this again like this cement-looking rough surface, and it has like a long set of stairs that leads up to this to the entrance door to the temple itself that has those pillars like the Acropolis or something like that, like a Greek or Roman, temple there. And you arrive there to the courtyard, and when you look up at when you're what you see basically is the stairs in front of you leading into a door frame that looks like it's black inside, and you feel and see the dragon gliding above you. Um, you feel this. You feel this calling from the temple itself, even though you see still that it's located. The location of human smoke is still located inside the temple. You feel a calling coming from there, something that isn't volatile or violent or anything of the sort. You feel the same sort of calling you felt in your dreams when you've seen that you're wearing like a Viking armor, and you have like a Valkyrie like helmet, and you've had like a great axe, and you've slain Celts and Fiannas and all these things, and you've looked into the temple, and you've felt it calling you. I know you've only heard the hissing whispers of being a bastard when you've turned towards the dragon-shaped ship, and you feel that calling when you look up the stairs towards the temple in front of you.
I I slowly change into my human form, and I pretty much pick up, because I've dropped it during the change, the wolf's head, and I kind of place it on my head, and I walked up the stairs towards the temple.
As you're walking up, you can feel each step, like you feel the kind of wet slap underneath each time you put your naked feet uh, uh, step on the steps there. As you're walking up, with your pale blonde hair and your pale blue eyes, as you're walking up the stairs with the mask on, and you're going upwards, and you hear or rather feel this kind of not no words or anything, just this kind of pleasant inhale of there's a promise of comfort inside calling you towards it. And as you walk and you get closer and closer,
I don't
uh,
expect there to be comfort inside. I expect there to be blood and danger and death inside.
yeah, but you're feeling confident still, and you have all your ducks in a row. You haven't let this place influence you too much in that regard. As you walk up the stairs and you finally get to the bottom step, and you see inside with your eyes, you see that it looks completely clean, it looks completely smooth, it looks completely it doesn't look like the torture chamber or something that you might have imagined. It looks actually just like an actual temple inside. Very little illumination. Most of the illumination is coming through the pillars from the outside world, from the sky that's still covered in thunder clouds that are rumbling, and the dragon gliding in the air surrounding you. But as you come to the entrance, you notice something, that you hear these kind of very mild, almost like wind chime sounds. You hear these wind chime sounds that are more like the clings of like steel and stuff, other than not like hollowed out wood or anything like that. Just this kind of clinging, clanging, but also this kind of like that's going with the air kind of thing.
I walk inside,
Okay. As you walk inside,
looking around,
yeah,
alert, of course.
yeah. As you walk inside, all alert, you all of a sudden feel that your shoulder touches a link of a chain. It's like a chain dropping from the ceiling like a wind chime. And as you walked, it just like touched your shoulder a little bit, and just only a slight vibration on it, just like hitting a loose chain hanging from the ceiling. And immediately when that happens, you hear from the ceiling a noise that you feel like is not coming outward to your ears, but is coming from inside your own chest cavity and kind of resonating from there. As this chain is touched, you hear this kind of euphoric kind of a inhale from the ceiling.
Do I see anything up there?
As you go to turn your head up, you feel a droplet, a little drop. As you lift your head, you feel a drop hit your eye. One little drop of fluid, and immediately, like, it has the effect of just kind of like, oh shit, something hit my eye kind of thing.
Can I get out of the way of it?
Yeah, sure. But it's like after it's hit your eye kind of thing.
Ah, shit.
Sorry. You're railroading the shit out of this. But yeah, you feel a droplet drop into your eye as you're looking up, and immediately when you open your eye, you see red through that eye. Normally through the other eye, but red through the other, and it stings. And immediately you feel another droplet drop on the top of your headdress, exactly on the spot where the dried blood paw mark of your mother is placed. You feel droplets drop on top of that. And but what?
So, do I see where the drops are coming from?
Yeah, it's just a like automatic reaction of just something hits your eye, it's like automatic, like and then you look up kind of thing, and you see the droplets hit the headdress, and you hear right before you actually see what's up there, you hear this kind of wispy, this kind of ghastly feminine voice say, "You came." And as you look up, you see that the chain that was hanging from there is hanging. Similar chains are hanging from many different edges in the from the ceiling, because what you see up there is a human figure, a human female pale of skin, pale of hair, and if you could see far enough, you could swear pale of eyes, pale blue of eyes as well, just like you, just like your mother. And she is there in this kind of she's like going in she's kind of twisting her body a little bit, almost like in this kind of uh, ecstasy, but her skin is completely removed from her body, yanked with hooked chains in the ceiling, and her actual physical body is lying on the skin like on a hammock, face down, so that it fits perfectly with the eyes on the eye holes and the nose on the nose and the mouth on the mouth, and all around like skin being yanked like that, with hooked chains. And if you could see above her, she would just be a skinless, like fleshy red thing, laying on top of her own skin. And you can see that what dropped from there was her blood as you touched, vibrated, almost like vibrating a spider's web as you accidentally touched the chain. A droplet of blood dropped from it, and she had a euphoric reaction to it as she looks down and says, "You heard my call."
Curious Mind is just a bit like, what the hell? As she's looking up at them, and you're of my blood.
That and so much more. You are the first one of your bloodline to hear my calls. I called for your mother, and she turned a blind eye, same as her mother and hers before her, until you.
I look at her. Suspicion starting to creep into my my neck. Why do you bring me here?
I need your help.
With what?
With healing the world.
Healing it from what?
Of death and pain, of greed and of corruption, of hatred and malice. I have seen the world without these malformed evils, and you were the first to hear my calls about it. And now you're here to help me.
What would you have me do?
I would have you move beyond your corporeal being and form a higher understanding as I have. After I abandoned my original misguided idea of a destiny in Sweden, and I traveled to the Isle of Britannia, and I went far north I discovered pure love. Here, the tribe of the White Howlers bestowed their wisdom upon me, and through it I was able to reach the Temple of Malpheus here and confront my true destiny. I ascended to my current state beyond a corporeal form, and without a physical limitation of understanding and of mind. I have witnessed oblivion in the grace of the green dragon, and I need your help.
To do what?
To purify my line and fulfill my destiny for good.
Your line is pure.
No, it is not. You are wrong in this. My line is bent and broken and twisted with bastard lineages. People not able to hear my words of glory and of pure love. I am here to offer you a path, a destiny worthwhile, and you will help me restore my protruded family line.
I take off the mask and I throw it to the ground. No, I will not.
You've come this far. Why stop now that you stand at the precipice of understanding?
I will find no understanding in a temple that rests on all this corruption and evil.
But we will purify the world of corruption and evil through pure love of oblivion. Life will become death, and death will breed life, pure, innocent.
Corruption and evil is part of creation. Purifying it will make everything weak. Someone as enlightened as you should have known that.
You are wrong. These things are beyond the comprehension of a corporeal mind such as yours. But thankfully, my other line from the White Howler stock has heard my calls from the beginning, and they have helped me in my design. And at that point, you see human smoke step in through one of the pillars inside the temple. He is naked in his human form, with his pale blonde hair and pale blue eyes, like described always. And he steps through like an edge to come into your clear view, where you're standing there on the floor, the two of you in your human forms, with the little droplets of blood on the floor between the two of you, with the thing hanging in the roof on the ceiling.
So, you are of my blood as well. We're not done, you and I.
Oh, we're not done, you and I, for sure. I couldn't help but laugh when you said that you were attacking me to protect your lands in the name of Shield Maiden, whereas I was there to purify the lands in the name of Shield Maiden. Here we are, here we stand, at the cradle of our two lines. And it's about to become one.
Yes, it is.
And he smiles and he starts to walk towards you, licking his lips and saying, I fuck bigger things than you, and leaps towards you, transforming into his crooked Krynos form while airborne.
I rush towards him as well, but as he jumps, I slide, and I change as well, and I kind of rake my claws down under him as he jumps over me.
Okay, well, as you go like that, you get like a mild rake, on him as you kind of like, it's almost like this kind of anime kind of like, like you almost meet, but then you just kind of pass one another and with little slashings there, and immediately like you're on the opposite sides now. Now he's in front of the door, and you're further in the temple. Both of you in your Krynos forms, or he, whatever, if that can even be called a Krynos form, legitimately being there and kind of like looking at the scratches. This is gonna get fun. You're gonna squeal. I'll make you so. And from the ceiling you can hear just yes, yes. And he starts to come to you. Now he's not like running. Now he's just coming to. Looks like he's going to come and try and grab at you.
I run towards him. When I was slid under him, I kind of raked my claw over the ground to kind of stop and kind of turn around as he speaks to me and walks towards me. I run towards him, and at the last moment, I jump using hair leap, and I attack not him, but the body hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, it's way too high up. It's like you were able to see its like features and stuff, so that it wouldn't just be like a black thing.
Ah, okay.
The ceiling is rather high.
But there are chains, right?
Yeah.
So I could grab the chains and climb up.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Okay, but at this point, when you did that jump thing so close to him, it's going to be a actual combat situation. And since he has Spirit of the Fray, he will go first in the combat. You already declared that you're gonna want to jump over. If you want to, if you don't want to stand by it at this point, now that you know that it's going to be a combat thing, you're.
Well,
totally
the thing is, I do know that he also has hair leap. Oh no, I don't. Right? No, I don't, because he didn't.
Yeah,
jump.
yeah, we canceled that.
Yeah. So no. So then I'll. Yeah. That's. For me, that sounds like a good plan to get to the body.
Okay. In that case, he goes first, and he will roll his dexterity plus brawl to try and grab you into I'll make this roll. If he succeeds in his brawl roll, then I'll make a competitive strength roll against you to see if he can hold you in a grapple hold. Let's see. Already one botch.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 successes, so he does succeed in grabbing you, but then it's a competitive strength roll.
All right. My strength will be at this time 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
I got 6. Sorry.
Dang it!
It's as
It kept
you.
exploding. I was like, yeah!
Yeah, I got 5, and one of them was exploded. Yeah. When you run towards him and you're about to leap in front of his face, he basically grabs you from your thighs. It's like you're already like airborne, but he has the reflexes to grab a hold of you and like fall down to the ground, holding you in a grapple hold. Now, when you're in a grapple hold, your basically choices are to only try and wiggle your way out of it with a competitive strength roll before you get to attack him. But the thing is that for him to attack you in a grapple hold, he will have to break the grapple hold to do so, to pound on you. So it's kind of like, unless you have friends around for whom you're grappling someone, it's not that great of a strategic move in a lot of sense, because to punch somebody, you have to relinquish your arms to do so, I guess, in this mechanic. But the thing is that now that you're in his hold, basically, you didn't get the chance to grab the chains. You're both laying on the ground, and it so happens that you're laying on the spot where those droplets of blood dropped from the ceiling, and you're like both touching the blood of Shield Maiden, the matriarch of your whole family line, who's the whole source of the prestige that you've clung on to, and you roll in her blood there, basically. So now that it's your turn, what do you attempt to do?
Can I attack him?
You would have to get out of the grapple hold first.
All right, then I'll try to get out of the grapple hold.
Okay, it's another competitive strength roll then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.
3 successes.
Okay, so you're not able to wiggle out of the grapple at this time. And now that it's again his turn, it starts to become kind of frightening because he kind of snakes his way up in the grapple. The grapple is still just as effective as before, but it's like he comes to the point where he lays on top of you, grappling you on the ground, and your faces are like this close. And you can see blood droplets falling from the ceiling, like next to your face, because his face is covering your face. It's like they're dropping close to you, and you can hear the little dip things as they're falling on the back of his head, and you can see like a line of dog-like drool, like dangling from his mouth, and this kind of like this hot air as he's puffing his breath. And as he has you there, he looks down on you and says he has a wide grin on his face with needle-like arms protruding into all kinds of directions, and his face is just all kinds of grotesque, messed up with loose leather here and there, and eyes going crookedly with a bat-like nose and bat-like ears and greasy, moldy-looking fur. He looks down on you, and with this kind of, I'll promise not to be gentle, and at that point, you can swear you hear something. Something like a muffled war drum. You start to hear from outside this kind of from a far distance away, this war drumming, and you all of a sudden feel this like adrenaline starting to like you feel this adrenaline start to pound into you, and all of a sudden the human smoke on top of you doesn't seem to hold you in a very strong hold after all. Like you feel like he's like a little kid holding you when it comes to his strength. You feel like you feel like your strength increases when you hear this kind of drumming in the distance, and you see up top of you that you see that after saying that the line, human smoke kind of raises his head and kind of looks to the distance where you can see like his jawline and throat as he's looking straight out through the doorway, and you can see it yourself as well. Just look backwards. You can see that in the distance a giant tear is being torn into the gauntlet in front of you there, though in the distance, but so that you can see. You can see that a giant tear is being torn, and out first protrudes the familiar mammoth spirit that you remember from the Sepmut. It comes out, and on its back are a set of war drums with your familiar friend Dusklight in his Krynos form just pounding on the war drums, which makes your heart beat like a barrel full of napalm, just like you remember witnessing when he tested it with Red Claw, and which he now seems to have perfected at this point, as especially judging from its effect. And with the mammoth coming there with its trunk being tossed into the air and letting out this trombone, like this kind of war horn there as the drumming is going on, you see that from its both sides, just these waves of something like 65 Krynos werewolves just pour into the realm of Malpheus, into the spiral labyrinth that you're in, and you see that human smoke above you is completely dumbfounded. He's completely like he doesn't believe what he's seeing, and you feel the strength from that war drum envelop you.
Can I, as he like looks up and he's like above me, in my opinion, his throat is like, hello.
Yeah.
So I just kind of tilt my head and I just bite in his throat, and I kind of try to rip out his vocal cords.
Okay. While that's, or rather, let's just see if that works. Like, I'll give you like the automatically, like, you succeed in grabbing it because he's so close. Just roll the damage. So roll your strength, and he has the ability to soak.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Oh, there's already one botch. 2 successes, of which one is exploding, and a botch. So only 1 success. So you manage pretty well. Let's see. And as he's completely dumbfounded, and you just like push upwards, and just it's not like just nibbing or anything. You completely like completely like you reach all the way, and you just clinch on it. You don't quite manage to rip it open, but you manage to sink your teeth deep into it and completely like clinching his throat with your teeth there. And he immediately seems to panic and like be brought back to earth with this kind of like savage attack on his throat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield front, this is exactly what the rest of you felt as you neared the entrance to as you went from the penumbra on the moon bridge into the near umbra, which is basically a place that's like a gateway place where you can reach all these different realms. But it's a high-level thing to know how to go there and go into these realms on your own. But with the leadership of Steel Cave, he's guiding you there, and as he opens this giant portal there, the first to ram through it is Dusklight riding the mammoth, with the rest of you spewing from both of its sides. And when the two of you enter the realm, its effect is immediate. Right as you walk forward, it's like this impossible, like everyone has like a gut check, but everybody knows they can't just tuck tail and run, because if they run, there's nothing to run to soon. But you see exactly how I described the spiral labyrinth that expands everywhere. You see the temple on the top of the spiral labyrinth that comes upwards, and you see the dragon. You see the dragon gliding there, and it's almost this kind of like the for all of you, for basically, especially for the two of you, having just reached such like a catharsis, and such like this thing that where you kind of discovered yourselves and you found your inner strength and all that, and then be smacked into the realm of Malfeast with seeing all these banes kind of protrude out of all these kind of crevices and such. It's like, yeah, you've come to hell. Welcome to hell. You know, it really, like, if there was a possibility to tuck tail and run, it would definitely be a roll to make, but not for you, not after all you've been through. But as you arrive, that's what the two of you witness. And how would the two of you be situated? What would the roles you've taken up on this attack be?
Redclaw is going to be at the front lines. She'll be marching straight ahead. And as she does so, she'll have her claws out. And like as she feels that those war drums and this unification and embroidered by the bear spirits, you know, she's got her companion Eiderdrake by her side. She's got One Fang, and we're gonna get Curious Mind back. We're gonna get our own one way or another. She's got this almost zealotry going on in her head now, this fervor, and you know, with the bear spirit that she feels, there's this overwhelming confidence that she's gonna get through it. So she's gonna be at the front line. She's gonna have her claws out, and she's kind of just frothing at the chance to create some carnage.
What about One Fang?
Yeah, One Fang is going to move up to just behind Redclaw on her right, and as he's walking, he'll be sharpening his claws the way they do when they want them to be as sharp as possible, sparks kind of flying off them. In his mind, though, he's kind of looking at Redclaw and seeing that like she seems to be constantly touching the bear, something that what One Fang remembers doing when he first was blessed by, you know, the bear power, and how he always goes to it, and he's happy for his friend that she's actually finally able to see what he's been talking about all this time, where she just had to go by his word. Now she actually understands the strength and the power. And with that, he lets the power of the bear flow into him, tensing, strengthening his muscles, feeling the power from Dustlight's music just coursing through him. And then he kind of puts aside everything that he's dealt with for the day, all the pain and anger, and he focuses completely on Curious Mind. He needs to get her back over everything else and make sure that every pack member comes back.
Okay. As you come through, as you charge, it looks like right at the basically as soon as you come in, from one of the crevices, you can see that a giant centipede-looking creature that has like these withered, leprosy-ridden human hands instead of centipede legs or something, with this kind of underbelly that's made completely out of horrified looking human faces, but with these jaws that are just full of spikes and all that sort of stuff, like horns almost. And it's coming towards you, and as it opens its mouth for it to attack you, you see in its mouth there is a human face inside its mouth that has like its facial features like crushed, and from its mouth a lash whip-like tongue is protruding out, and it's like coming towards you, and immediately as you guys are like right in the vicinity of this Bane to attack, it's like 5, 6, 7 Krynos werewolves leap into the air at the same time to pounce on this Bane right along with you if you're attacking it and all that. And yeah.
Oh, Red Claw. Red Claw is gonna attack that son of a bitch. So she's just gonna charge forward when she sees this, and like this wolfish grin, this grimace just washes over her face, as this is just the opportunity that she's been looking for, and she just charges as she yells, and like this froth and drool just splatters out from her maw as she goes, "Die, creature! All of you will feel my fury!" And she just runs forward, and like her claws are kind of glistening in this hellish light as she jumps up and just begins her onslaught of attacks.
Okay, what about One Fang?
One Fang with a lot less zealousness that Red Claw has, which is typical of their relationship. While she's screaming and yelling, usually just following behind. He follows right on her heels, and then he knows like he's fought enough with her, so when she cuts left, he kind of cuts right, and they kind of make quick work of anything that gets in their way as they both go into it. And One Fang may not be vocalizing as much energy as Red Claw, but inside he is so happy to be able to fucking be smashing something. Out of all the pain that he's been going through, and in his eye he's visualizing this as just one form of that scumbag that pinned me to the tree. I can't remember his name. Human Smoke. Yeah, screw that guy. This is my vengeance. If I don't get to kill him, at least I'll kill this centipede thing.
Yeah, there you go. So all of you are pouncing on one of the on the Bane, and you can see from the edge of your eye that another set of like 5 to 7 or so Krynos werewolves are pouncing on another, and then same amount on another, and that seems to be quite the appropriate number for them to do like hellish damage to them and be like overpowering situation compared to the power of the Banes and all that, and the mammoth is like just using its tusks, and you can see like all of the Banes are more like slugs and centipedes and all these kind of things, and one of them comes in close contact, and it just doesn't throws its tusks, and you can just see it like fly through the air into some far-off distance, perhaps not dying of it, but still being like, oh, no more concerned with you, and all that sort of thing. And while you're ripping and tearing, and it's when there's all of you there, and most of the other werewolves are also using rage and stuff, and they're like, it's just it quickly becomes this kind of a feeding frenzy where just chunks start to fly off of these creatures. And meanwhile, back in the temple, with the jaws, with the teeth locked into the throat of a human smoke, he instinctively like throws his hands on your jaws and doesn't try to pull them off and doesn't try to harm you, but he like grapples onto them, trying to make sure that you don't bite off his throat altogether. Like he like puts on this vice grip with his hands and chin and tries to grapevine you with his legs, trying to just kind of like uh, just like a grapple hold, basically, to stop you from being able to harm him. And we'll do a competitive strength roll for that. But it's still like blood is draining into your mouth out of his wounds from his neck. It's like, yeah, it's a horror show right in front of you. And also, he doesn't taste too good. It's
No.
yeah, he's you could pick the oldest, moldiest thing from a garbage chute or something like that, and that would be like gourmet stuff compared to the taste he's giving off.
I've got 4 successes, but I actually want to ask a question. Is it? I'm not overly concerned with him. I mean, him grabbing my mouth is a bad thing, of course, but me not being able to tear out his throat is not. I didn't expect me to be able to do that. Can I grab now that his hands have let me go? Can I grab one of the chains and kind of with a whipping effect, like kind of do it under his throat, and that he's stuck into these chains?
The chains aren't long enough for that. They are kind of like dangling in the air, almost like at knee height, if you're walking there as a human. So basically, if you're on the ground on top of one another, you would have to be pretty high up in the air to have the length of the chain to be able to wrap around.
But we're 2 massive gurus, and he's like already on top of me.
Well, yeah, but okay, I'll say that you can attempt that, but with basically this being his turn to go first.
Oh yeah, then he goes first.
Yeah, this competitive strength roll is his turn, and then you're able to, if he fails at it, then it's your turn to do something, whatever you want. But if he succeeds, then you have to be able to wiggle out of his grapple.
I get you. So I got 4 successes.
8, 8, 7, 9, 10. So that's already 5, and 10 explodes, creating a botch, negating the original success. So 4 successes, but it's still more. So basically,
I also got 4.
You got 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then it's equal. Then we need to re-roll it. Oh man. Okay.
Can I use a willpower point on this?
Sure. Before you make the roll, you're free to do so. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1 explodes. 5, 6 successes.
Okay, he got 5, but 2 of those are 10s. So that gave an 8, so that's already a 6. And that gave a 9, so that's 7. So he basically, like, as he looked up and you went for his throat, he immediately like grabbed so that you wouldn't like just pull down and yank all of his innards through his throat. And he's basically, there he's completely like, oh shit, all startle up. But then it's your turn now. If you want to, you can try to wiggle your way out of it.
All right. So again, strength, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Even though my hands are free, it's still grapple technically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
I got 3, but one of them was a 10. But that's a 9, so it's another 4 to 4. So let's roll again. Tedious.
Can I spend a rage? Or do I need to proclaim it beforehand?
Hmm?
Can I spend a rage point to try again?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's like when you originally declare the action.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm assume that I had to declare it beforehand, but I was just checking.
Yeah. Okay. Because this is just a reroll because you got the same thing.
Yeah.
That botch negates that off. Another botch negates another off. So only one success, but it's a 10 and another. So 2 successes.
On what?
You got a 4 and a 4. So.
Oh, I need to roll again. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah. But he had only. Did I say 1 success? No, 2 successes. Yeah.
Oh well, I already beat that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Okay, so you managed to wiggle your way out of his grapple. So basically, after he grappled, you get like a little bit of a thrashing where he kept himself stable and not letting you like tear further off. But then you were able to get off of him, off of his throat and off of his grip.
Am I still able to then pull out his throat?
That I wouldn't give that as a free action. You have to do that as a separate act. The pulling of the head is just how I'm visualizing it.
Okay.
But basically, since he was grabbing here, it's just as well that he would have just put his hands up and your head would still be there. So now that you got him off, it would be like another combat turn, and he has the spirit of the fray that gets to act first. So at this point, he will try to grapple you again because he wants to do his mom's bidding. So one needs to grapple for that.
Can I now at this time spend rage points?
Yeah. Before
so
you
when I
declare
get free,
your
I can
action.
actually attack him as well before he can act before me again. And
Yeah. You can as it's like okay, a new combat turn comes up, and when it's your turn to declare what you're about to do, you need to declare that I'm going to do this and this, and I'm going to spend this many rage points. Same as with using willpower points for rolls.
Yeah.
So, okay, it's his turn first, and he will try and grapple you again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes, and then I'm going to do the competitive strength roll against you.
I need to throw strength as well, right?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 of which are 10s.
I got 2 successes.
And an 8, so it's 8 successes. And a 7, 9 successes.
Yeah. I just got 2. He got me. He got me.
Yeah, but it's your turn next. If you get to wiggle out of his hold, then you still have those 2. Did you spend 2 rage points?
Yeah, I was going to spend 2 rage points, exactly.
Okay, so basically, after getting your hold off of him, he immediately grappled you again in this kind of grapevine, and now it's your turn. And your turn, if you want to attack him, has to be spent first to get out of it. So again, competitive strength roll. A botch takes away that, and another botch
3
takes
successes.
away that. No successes at all. So there you go. You after you managed to get yourself free, and now before it's his turn again, you have those 2 extra actions.
Okay, so I'll as I kind of break free, I first want to use my claws to kind of grab him from behind and just kind of pull at him from his head, and just pull at his ears or something. Just slam my claws in his head and kind of pull him back. And then again, I want to go for his throat.
Okay, well, those are just kind of based on descriptions. Those are more like a flavor, so that I felt like it would just be 2 basic attacks, I guess.
Well, yeah, there are going to be 2 attacks. First, I'm going to attack him with my claws and kind of like slam my claws into him and kind of pull. And then the second attack is going to be biting him in his throat.
Okay, so there you go.
So first I need to see if I hit him. So that's dexterity plus brawl. So that's dexterity of 4 plus 1 is 5. 1, 2, 3 successes.
Okay, then it's time for damage.
So that's again 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
4 successes. Okay, trust soak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He soaked all of that damage. So basically, grabbing him with like sinking your claws into him, you managed to grapple him and like pull him up, but you're like you grabbed him kind of awkwardly or something, where you kind of grabbed him more with your actual paws and like to grab rather than like sink your claws into it. You kind of like messed with that, but he's still up and he's there for you to sink your teeth into his throat. So go ahead and do that.
3 successes.
On the dexterity brawl?
Yeah.
Okay, you hit him, and then it's...
Do I, by the way, because you said those drums give me more strength, I haven't given it any consideration at all.
Same here. What I was originally supposed to say to you is that all difficulties have been reduced with 1, so that it's 5 or more for success. Sorry about that.
All right, well, let's go. Damage. So
yeah, it would have been a good reveal after you had 1 health level left.
Yeah, so I got 1, 2, 3, and 2 10s. 4, so it's 5, 6, 7. 7 damage.
Damn. He soaks. Oh, that's a botch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 of which are 10s. Another success, so 6. And another success, so 7. How many did you get?
I got 7.
Oh, so you're left with blue balls once more as you try to bite into his neck, but he like instinctively, because of just getting your teeth into its neck, he immediately like does like a reactionary move where, you know, after you had pulled him up and you're like trying to bite him on his throat, he immediately like slipped off of it like and it didn't connect. So that sucks. But then I'm gonna go back to Red Claw and One Fang as you're on the battlefield and the war drums are making your blood boil and you feel like you're like you see all these kind of bits of veins just flying through the air and bright neon green blood just flying everywhere, letting out this sulfuric, horrid stench that you recognize immediately. All of you, however, are totally eligible to spend experience points to get the sense worm gift after this, because the sulfuric stench has been quite potent. As you've gone through the battlefield there, and you've kind of systematically gone forward, you've like moved in this formation where the mammoth has kind of walked in a straight line, and all of you have kind of created a safe base for your back to be turned against the mammoth, and then when Banes come, you know, you like you and me, like then like leap on top of one and decimate them completely. And it's worked thus far very well. You haven't seen a single casualty yet. But as you move forward enough where you start to close in on where the actual spiral labyrinth starts to go upward, you notice that the dragon flying through the air is gliding and is just about to turn so that its face points to your direction as it's been like flying. It's so freaking heavy and huge that it's been flying so kind of from your perspective very slowly, just gliding through the air, and it's now at the point where its one giant orange burning eye is looking straight at you, and you see its giant maw open up and protrude into these kind of mandible-like lower jaw, and you see this kind of like this pit of a mouth he has, which starts to glow bright orange, the color of flames, and this breath weapon that you've witnessed protruding from the mouth of human smoke when you fought him. And as it looks like there's like mist already coming out of it, as it looks like it's at any moment it's about to fire it. There's this moment when all of you kind of like stand back, because behind you, where that original tear to the gauntlet happened, where you stepped in, an even larger tear into the gauntlet tears, and you see like this, and you see the familiar totem spirit of the bear roam through into the realm of Malpheus, just the spirit that told you all about what you needed to do to conquer your fears and find your true selves, and who told you that he has loved the family line of Curious Mind, her mother and her ancestors before that, and known them better than anyone. And as he comes through, you can see on top of the totem spirit's head, there's a familiar-looking ant-sized, pale-furred, pale blue-eyed wolf standing there, biting into the fur to stick around with it, most likely having done the same thing that the Gural told you vaguely about how he committed to dedicate his life to the service of the bear totem after the bear totem saved him as a favor. Now it seems that what North Star went back for was the bear totem, and the bear totem, just like it comes, like its back legs comes behind your little formation there, and its front paws come in front of it, as you see like this giant, like Godzilla foot-sized paws just fall in front of you on all sides, and it like bashes itself against the dragon, and it's like these two ginormous gods, these kaijus in front of you, are just like they just like run into each other like freight trains, and they just the bear totem just completely blocks the breath weapon from totally killing all of you, and just like pushes it away, and you can see like in the background of your battle continuing these two monstrosities wrestling with one another, and you're free to continue onward towards the temple.
Oh, Red Claw sees all this and she shouts forward, "Hurry! To the center! Hurry!" As like some Bane just comes up, and then she like runs up like Ray, and like the top of its head, it sees the slices as it's got this deformed insectoid-like head, and then it just goes, and then like this green goop just like pours out like a gauntlet, just all everywhere, and she just starts running past.
All right. Well, what about One Fang?
Yeah, One Fang is following close behind the carnage. picking off whatever small piece of creature that's left that isn't eviscerated already. He'll cut his way through it, not conserving his strength, but not picking a fight. He's clearly following Red Claw's lead and taking out the targets that she targets, as she seems to know better than he does. But at the same time, he's worried about Curious Mind. He can't see her. He doesn't really know where she is. And he just stops and he's like, "Oh!" He just lets out a roar, just calling out to her. Calling out to the Warhouse, but specifically calling out to her to let her know that we're here for her. We just don't know where she is. I mean, we're assuming she's ahead of us, but yeah, and I'll then fall right behind Red Claw.
Okay. Well, in front of you, you see expanding carnage as you're going forward in this. Again, just like Curious Mind did with the leaping, being therefore able to move forward on top of this whole labyrinth thing, you have such an astounding force behind you with all the other wolves there. Like, this is a place where the White Howlers had their rite of passage. They came here in order to just be eligible to be a White Howler, and no wonder they all got messed up. But it's like you with this awesome force behind you, with all the packs coming there, and with the Red Talons helping you there, and all that. You can just mow forward like a semi truck, there. And as you're climbing forward up through the spiral, it's like it's getting closer. It's getting closer for you to help your friend there. And meanwhile, Curious Mind again in the temple there. Human Smoke at this point, after you failed slicing at him, he's kind of looked back on you, and then kind of looks like he's getting on another level of seriousness where he doesn't look like he's going to lunge to grapple you again. But because of the spirit of the fray, he does act first in combat, so you have to describe first what you attempt to do on your turn. You're muted.
Yeah. I will try to defend myself, and I will say to him, "We may be family, but you are alone."
Okay. When you say that, you can see like it having a reaction in him, not something that deters him from attacking you, but something that does provoke him, something that is a little stab, and smartly, having spent your turn being defending, he will spend his turn, as he looks at you with this contempt on his face, just like being miserable and all that. You see the familiar sight of his neck protruding thick and then going thin again, as from his mouth, spews out this breath weapon of orange mist right towards you, just like he did when he grabbed you close, when you sunk your claws into his chest when you were fighting in the physical realm, and he spewed that as long as you were pulled out of that reality. And now you see that same mist protruding out of his mouth again, to your direction, and the breath weapon is coming. It only needs to hit you. It automatically does 2 levels of damage unless you are able to dodge it. It's one of those weapons that you can't soak. You have to dodge it if you want to avoid it.
Luckily, I decided to dodge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, aren't you glad now that we don't add the accuracy thing to the...
Yeah, definitely.
So, one hit kill would have been imminent, but But yeah, 2 levels of damage as this as it's coming basically towards you. So yeah, if you want to dodge, you have to beat him hitting you.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah. But then again, it's only 2 levels of damage, so his silver claws would do much more than that in the end.
For
But
sure.
if you want to save your turn, where if you take the damage, you're still free to attack him.
Well, I would, but seeing as I probably will try to dodge, I mean, it won't be fair for you to say like, oh well, you rolled that much, so I'm not even gonna bother dodging, right?
I
So
appreciate that.
yeah, so I'll probably roll, but let me just for. Oh well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 3 successes.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. So yeah, it's pretty much like after that whole grappling thing of him trying to impose his will on you, trying to rape you basically, you being able to slash and bite at him, and now that you kind of disengage from one another a little bit, you taunting him with saying hurtful truths right to his face, and he spews that vile thing, the thing that all of you have smelled and has like burrowed into your nostrils, and it's just foul, and he feels like it's digging into your eyes and nostrils and mouth and ears and all that. It's just, and yeah, it deals 2 levels of damage to you, and it's at this point that both One Fang and Red Claw are told by by Red Bitch, who's there with them, saying that no, it's Dusklight, because he's on top of the mammoth. He sees better while you're climbing. He says like, "I can see her! I can see her! Go!" Just pointing towards the 2 of you, as you see that from behind you, a huge amount of Banes have now risen kind of from the cracks. As you've kind of moved forward, the backside has kind of left a trail of Banes kind of coming up and following you as you've moved forward for a long time, and the mammoth turns around and is like about to take a defensive stance at this point, allowing you to go and get your friend in order and be here ready to safeguard your passage back out of this place.
Oh, with that in mind, she looks up to Dusklight and says, "Don't die on me when we're gone. We'll be back before you know it."
And he spins one of the drum handles and and there you are. Your what? Oh, but what about One Fang?
Yeah, One Fang continues to follow Red Claw's lead, except he's turned himself into what's the form of goes Lupus, then the Big Wolf. Hispo? Yeah.
Yep.
For speed, I guess, right? That's what we need.
Yeah.
And he saddles up next to Red Claw, waiting for her to take off.
Okay.
Yeah. Red Claw will then go into Hispo form as well and begin to take off. If any others follow, she makes sure to put on some guidance and direction.
Okay. Well, as you're climbing further up, you see that like there's like you climbing up. There's a temple, and behind it, it's like these 2 titans wrestling in the background, just there. And as you get up to the temple's courtyard, you reach the top, and you reach the top just as the breath weapon ceases to fire at Curious Mind. And it's like you 2 climb up, and he immediately and turns around to look behind his shoulder and sees the 2 of you.
Oh, when I see him, I shout at the top of my lungs, and as I go back into Krinos form, "Human smoke! You face us now together, and it is here you shall die! And then with that in mind, she's going to spend a willpower point and initiate pack tactics.
Okay.
Pack tactics allows me to distribute my dice and my leadership skill to my teammates. Everybody, including myself, will get 1. So since there's 3 of us and I have 3, everyone gets an extra die. And she's going to instruct us to go into this try-attack pattern. This Curious Mind is already engaged in combat with this creature. We will come up from behind, and we're going to show him how we throw down, we Warhearts.
What about One Fang?
Oh, One Fang now is enraged that she's hitting him with the power or willpower thing. And yeah, he immediately starts circling to the right in Krynos form, getting ready to execute whatever massive plan Red Claw has.
Yeah.
This time though, he's ready and he knows how much damage the creature can do.
Yeah.
And he's waiting till he can get in close enough to let him know that I'm the weakest in the pack and I hurt you the most last time. Imagine what we all can do.
Right. All right. Actually, it's kind of awesome that you guys are there now, surrounding me. As he kind of looks behind his shoulder there, he kind of like just after doing the breath weapon, he looks and he just lets out this just orange spit out of his mouth, and he slowly turns half like his side towards you. And at this point in time, Curious Mind also gets the haze of the purple smoke out of her eyes, and she's completely like battle ready there. And it's the 3 of you surrounding this arch enemy that's behind all of the ills that gone on for longer than you can remember now. And it's like this Mexican standoff. It's like the good and bad, the ugly. This one guy in the middle, and you can hear the thing. Everybody looking at each other, kind of squinting their eyes and looking at one another, and everybody's kind of fingers tingling and all that stuff. Everybody's kind of ready, and who's gonna make the first move and all that. And we're going to initiate the combat here with initiatives. Everybody roll 1 die and add to the 1 die the combined number of your wits and dexterity.
I got an 11.
One Fang got a 10.
We all have higher dexterity, right? Because we're either in Krynos or in Hispo form.
Everybody's in Krynos at this point.
Oh,
okay.
Wait a minute. Sorry.
Well, that's a 12 then for me.
And mine's an 11. Oddly, yeah. We just went up 1.
You just get that extra dex.
So I get 11.
Okay. So which one of you, Curious Mind or One Fang, is acting first, because you both got 11?
I'll defer to one Curious Mind in this case. If she wants to go first, it's up to her. Unless you want me to have a go at her.
No,
I don't
no,
want to steal your kill,
She's glad that her pack members are here, so she's like, okay, she'll let you go first.
All right. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll definitely jump in there right after Red Claw.
Okay. In that case, it's again from the slowest to the fastest. So Curious Mind describes first what she attempts to do on her turn of combat.
I will try to, seeing as he's kind of like looking back at them, I will kind of rush past him and kind of rip the chain now that he's standing around his neck, so that he's chucked into the thing, and that's what I'll do.
Okay,
I'm
so
assuming that's a full action, right? I can't like also
Yeah.
attack him.
I would think that because the chain isn't long enough where you could like like make a noose out of it and have him just hang there.
No,
So
but
you would have
I'll
to.
hold
You
on
would
to the
have to.
chain. Yeah,
Hmm?
I'll hold on to the chain.
Yeah. So we'll do that as a grapple, and the chain is more like a color thing, there.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what about One Fang?
One Fang is going to circle around till he's flanking the creature with Red Claw, who I assume is doing the same thing. We're kind of splitting up. And then I'm going to charge forward and go low. And in honor of Oxspear, I'm going to try to just fucking power him into the ground with another spear.
Okay, so you're tackling him.
Yeah,
And
that can be a grapple. I don't know how you want to look at it. I think in my head, like a tackle, grapple, or a hit. Either one. Damage or grapple.
Yeah, I hear. What about Red Claw?
I'm going to read his body movements, and as he's going in for the tackle, she's going to go in for, like, as his body's going to get tackled, if it does, she's going to come up with an uppercut slash right to his face using that momentum.
Yeah.
So it's like someone's doing like a double clothesliner, basically. She's going to do that.
Okay. So basically, 2 attacks and 1 grapple, but he acts first because he has Spirit of the Fray, and he is going to use 3 points of rage, and for the regular action before the time comes to use the rage, he is going to, again, just like before, first focus on the warrior of the group. So Red Claw is in his vicinity here, and the one that he looks on with malicious intent, and that's the one he lunges at to attack. Though he doesn't have his silver claws out yet, he hasn't turned them into silver yet, which takes 1 action to do that. So with his regular claws, he's coming in and he's going to try and give you like a sliced kind of like uppercut where he tries to sink his claws through the underneath of your chin so that they would kind of protrude out of your mouth. Like that's what he will attempt to do. So first the dexterity plus roll. 1, 2, 3, but 1 botch. So 2 successes on that, and then it's time for damage. Oh my god, 2 botches already. 1, 2, 3, one of them is a 10, and a botch. So 2 successes when it comes to damage. So he's just swiping at you, but because they are just regular werewolf claws, you're able to soak it with rolling stamina. So just roll your stamina.
Gotcha. I got 1 success with that.
Okay, so you get one level of damage from his swipe. It just scratches your chin. It gives you like 3 straight lines right here and right
Nice.
on your chin, and it like these little shreds of skin just kind of flicker into the air as it's being swiped. And yeah, then it's Red Claw's turn. And he's right there in front of your face, just having slashed at your chin, and now it's your turn to do the uppercut you were planning to do.
Yes, but upon seeing that, she's going to wait for the tackle from One Fang.
It doesn't work that way. It's your turn to act first, so you act first. God damn it.
She's going to attack him.
Is our difficulty still 5 in everything?
Good of you to remind me of that. Yes, it is. I forgot to mention again that Dusklight's war drumming indeed fuels your adrenaline and controllable rage to the point where you all have 5 or higher as difficulty.
Hmm. Well, in that case, I have 4 successes.
Okay, and then damage.
All right. My damage is going to be, let's see. All right, so we got 5 and higher. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of them exploded.
Come on.
And that's another success. So I got 7 successes out of
Well,
that.
Yeah.
you get
So
to
glad.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of which is a 10
Come
and a
on.
6. So 6 successes. So one of them comes through. If you want, we can describe it with the tackle, just so for the color of the thing. But
Kind of happens at the same time, right? I mean,
Yeah.
really.
yeah. So
Okay, so all right, so yeah, I'll just wait for One Fang to do his, and then I'll go into my description.
yeah. Okay. So One Fang, tackle, spear. So dexterity plus brawl.
9, 7, 7, 8. 4 successes.
Okay, and then
So
your
that's a hit.
Are you counting the extra die that I add through my tactics?
That's another thing to remember.
Does that get added for damage? I didn't actually roll that for dexterity, but I hit anyway. So
Oh well, you hit anyways. Yeah, that's right.
does the extra die go for damage, or is that?
No.
I don't think so. That would be too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, not good. 1, 2. Oh, much better. 3 with 2 explosions. So I got 6 total damage.
Nice.
Okay, he soaks. Botch takes 1 away. 1, 2, 3
Charge
successes. How did you say you got 6?
6, yeah. As I
Okay,
slam
so
into him,
3
throwing the
goes
crap out of him.
through. 3 goes through. And with that, basically, yeah, you're free to describe the tackle slash thing together
Yeah,
as it succeeds.
seeing as I see Red Claw winding up, getting ready to slash at him, I just go in and almost under my breath, I'm like, frog spear, and just kind of slam into him, just kind of ripping him apart with my claws as I slam towards Red Claw, knocking him to the ground, or trying to knock him down. And then Red Claw takes over.
And as he tackles into this fool and making it swipe against me, Red Claw kind of reels back, and it looks like for a moment, oh, it's too much. But then her eyes just bulge open as like psych, and she comes around and does her own slash, and like you could just like for the moment just see like the wind kind of like piercing against her eyelids as she's moving as fast as she can with this one, and her claw just kind of. If it was like in the atmosphere, it'd be like on fire. It's just, you just see like this slash across its face. And
So you like slash him as he is being like tackled away, or
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Like I imagine he's being tackled from behind as he's
Oh
his
yeah,
face
that's
is-
right. Yeah, his back was
Yeah,
turned.
and while that's happening, just boom right into his face.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was too much thinking the tackle was happening in front. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I reverse speared him. Yo.
Yeah, that spine is not gonna like it, but yeah, yeah, he takes that pretty bad. He gets slammed into the back and it gets slashed into the face as he's being tackled forward, and he falls to the ground just, and then it's Curious Mind's turn. And you're
try
gonna
to
do the
grapple.
grapple thing.
Yeah. So I also get an extra dice on my attack, right?
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay, then it's time for the strength. Competitive strength, yeah.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
Okay. There's already 2 botches here, like one away, another away, so not a single success. So you completely win him on this grapple thing. So basically, instead of falling to the ground really from the tackle thing, I'm going to say, because you were still kind of a distance away from him, not a distance where you would have to spend a turn to be in fighting distance or anything, but still in this kind of circle of enemies. When he gets tackled, he kind of lunges to your direction from that tackle, and you're completely free to wrap that chain around his neck there. So if you want to describe that in detail.
Yeah, I'll grab the chain and make sure to pull it hard to hurt the woman above there, and I'll kind of wrap it around his neck, and I'll say to him, "You should have never turned your back on Gaia."
And as you do that, as he still has those 3 extra actions that he used those rage points on. So on his first extra action, he is going to activate his silver claws. On his second extra action, he is going to attempt to struggle free from your grapple. So a competitive strength roll.
Oh man, that 5 is so awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
I got 3.
Yeah.
So that's one of these extra actions spent there. He's basically, after getting the silver claws and he's already irritated from that, he's but realizing that yanking on the chain hurts the woman on the ceiling, and as you hear these kind of wails, and you hear these splatters of blood to the floor where it fell earlier, you can see that kind of makes human smoke kind of like, oh shit, I better not thrash, kind of thing. But he still has that 1 extra action, and he's going to have a second attempt at trying to get off of the chain. So a competitive strength roll again, brother.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 successes.
6 successes as well. So it's another competitive strength roll.
Tie.
Oh, Comedian's running wild.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 successes.
4 successes.
Yeah.
So he does not. It's the pain that the yanking on the chain is causing Shield Maiden on the ceiling there. Red Claw and One Fang are not hearing her wails, by the way. You haven't stepped into the temple, and you have no idea there's anyone besides human smoke at this point to be worried about. And as he's kind of thrashing there and all that, it's now back to the start of a new combat turn. So again, with him tied up in on the chain, you know that he's not able to attack you until he breaks free of the grapple, but also Curious Mind is not able to attack him before she would break off the grapple. So she'll just holding her for you to slash. So yeah, Curious Mind, you're most likely gonna spend your turn just holding him in that grapple.
Yeah. Have my pack members work the body.
There you go. Okay, then what about One Fang?
I tell him it's Cinco de Mayo and it's time to kill the piñata. No, I don't say that.
Nice.
I spend a rage point, and I'm gonna I'm gonna slash at him. No wait, yeah, I'm gonna just like hack at him, and then I'm gonna tackle him with my rage point to grapple him. Because now that we have him grappled, I don't want him getting free because he fucked us up like in one turn last time. So I'm gonna help Curious Mind hold him while our soon-to-be pack leader Red Claw eviscerates him.
Okay. And what about Red Claw?
I don't need the glory. I'm already cool.
Red Claw is going to spend the turn sharpening her claws. She needs to finish this quickly, so she'll spend the rage point, and for the remainder of the scene, receive -1 difficulty on it and gain 2 dice and damage. And so, like, what she'll do, she'll like grab onto like that floor of this temple and just begin raking her claws as she like slowly makes her way towards them.
Okay. Well, he acts first, and he will again try to get out of the grapple that's being held by Curious Mind.
3,
1,
4,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5 successes.
Ha! He breaks free.
Damn it!
Finally.
Yeah, and
Damn it, Curious Mind, you had one job.
yeah. Well, his entire turn goes to him breaking free, and the way he does it is basically that you only Curious Mind hears it because it's so mild, and it's inside the temple, of which you're the only one who's inside the temple anyway. You hear from the ceiling, "Do it!" And he yanks on the chain hard enough for the chain to fall to the ground from the ceiling, and you hear also this kind of this wail of pain. Of basically, when he falls to the ground, you see it has a bloody hook on the other end with a chunk of flesh on it, and he gets free from it. But that was his turn, and he didn't spend any rage points. So then it's Red Claw who spends the turn sharpening her claws, and then it's One Fang who's going to attempt to grapple him, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, so as he breaks thing, pulling the rakes, One Fang just kind of slashes out at the inside of his leg, trying to just kind of cause as much damage as possible.
Oh, you're slashing at him. Okay.
Well, I'll go slash, and then my rage I'll use for the grapple.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, dexterity plus brawl.
And 5 or higher, I got 1 success.
Let's see. Well, there's still a possibility of 1, 2,
That's the hit, right?
3, 4.
Yeah, it's the hit.
Oh, great. That should have been the damage that I would have.
Oh, sorry. Well, maybe it'll be that low. It's not going to be that low. Not with a 5 or higher. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Nice.
8.
Dude, that 5 or
I'm
higher.
rolling
is
8
ridiculous.
dice. These all need to be successes. 1, 2, 3. 3 successes. So basically, 5 go through.
Oh.
So, okay. This is what happens at this point. When One Fang goes in, well, I can just tell you, your strike is going to kill him. So, do you want? You're free to describe what you do in as much detail as what is.
Remembering my last fight with Oxspear, I kind of duck down, and he seems sort of he seems distracted because the chain's coming down, and he was probably upset because he couldn't do it. And he's kind of sitting there with his legs wide open, and kind of a combination of how he was fighting Oxspear, attacking the inside of his legs. He also remembers Red Claw just eviscerating people from underneath, and I just kind of come up and kind of a double uppercut claw, just kind of coming up from the groin area, right up through the middle of his stomach, across his chest, just kind of nicking the edge of his chin. Just so he's got like 8 lines just cutting through his stomach, opening him up, spraying everywhere.
That's mean. When you do that, it's like Curious Mind just got the grapple like taken out of your hands. Like it's like oh shit, he's loose, and Red Claw was all like ready, like getting ready to eviscerate him, and One Fang just walked up and like fuming the spirit of Ox spear in him, slashes at Human Smoke, who riles and screams in pain as he just gets slashed all through his body, and you can see that the cuts are so deep that you see all the bone underneath it. At some points, blood isn't gushing out enough where it doesn't cover what you're seeing. Like it looks like something in a butcher shop where it looks just like a cleaved piece of meat, and he just lets out this howl. This howling pain scream, and he just he with that slash, he kind of his legs lift from the ground from the force of that kind of upward slash, and in the air he kind of does a almost like a gymnast type of a spin, kind of corkscrew.
The blog goes on.
You win. Like, and like the blood just kind of flies into the floor of the temple, kind of like where there's the pool of blood or the droplets that fell from it. This kind of it makes this kind of a sickle-shaped kind of spray of blood, this kind of, and it's kind of goes around the blood that fell from the ceiling to the ground, and he just falls to the ground, and he's like lying there, and his chest is going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, like he's not completely dead, but like he's seconds away from dying. Like he's still like moving, but he's not getting up.
Well, if since I spent my rage point, I would probably just leap forward, just to tackle him, just to pin him down, because I don't trust that he's dead yet.
Okay.
If he's even moving at all. And not that I would want to, but I think that One Fang would totally follow through. Like, knocking him back was great, but in his head, he's such a powerful foe that he's still, like in my mind, he's going to get up and kick my ass again. So One Fang just leaps through the air and comes down and just kind of crushes down on top of his chest, punching his hands into it, deep claws into his shoulder, kind of pressing his arms down, holding him there, and gets really close and just kind of like, and his face just growls at him, inches away from his snout, looking him directly in the eyes as whatever life he has left in him kind of fades outward.
Yeah, it's like you don't see his life going away from him, like you don't see his eyes roll and all that, but you see that he's like completely incapacitated. His eyes are wide, and he's like thrashing as you're slashing at him, at his torso as you're there. What about the rest of you?
Oh, Red Claw's going to walk right over to where he's at, and he's going to grab the top of his jaw, he's like, and just kind of peel it back, and with almost casual brutality, those claws come out as she like grabs the top of his bottom of his jaw, like exposing the neck. Shoo! Ching! Right there, slices his head clean off his shoulders, and then just pulls off the rest of that visceral guts, and holding that head there, holds it close by the scruff of the top of his neck this time and says, "I told you, we will kill you." And then she just lifts the head up and just screams and roars, "Victory!" And then it goes and turns into a howl.
Yeah. One Fang joins in the revelry.
Okay, what about Curious Mind?
She actually doesn't join in. She just kind of stands there and kind of looks at the head of this family member being severed. She looks up at the body lying there, hanging there. The line has been broken.
No, you will die. And as he does that, you see that her hands kind of like go like that, and from the sides of her face, two chains that have hooks on them shoot out like from a cannon, like from the ceiling, and attach themselves to the collarbones of the headless corpse that you decapitated there, and they yank him into the air in front of you as Red Claw and One Fang are there, celebrating. The most of this is like the only person who really preempts what's happening is Curious Mind, because he's looking at the ceiling and all that. But you see these hooked chains just go into the collarbones, lift him up almost like a wedgie or something like that, just lift his headless carcass up, and only Curious Mind senses this. You're the only one with that sort of spiritual know-how and awareness, where you sense the spirit leaving the body, the physical thing, that the ornament that's hanging from the ceiling, and travel like electricity through the chains into the headless body. And almost like in The Thing, you see the body suddenly twist, and you're all alerted from your celebrations to seeing this body that's been raised with hooks on top, on end of chains, just, and you see, you hear, not directly from the neck hole or anything. Actually, you hear it from the mouth of the severed head, and the head has, its eyes are like completely like wide, and it says, "The pure love of oblivion," as you see its chest, thinking like this, like the shoulder line crack open, like with his chest and his back opening, severing from one another, just with sharp teeth being there and a tongue protruding out of it as it bends forward, as it's opens, and the arms that were there kind of break into two arms each, into having like four arms there. And these kind of eyes just push their way through its thin skin there, and the legs are also kind of stretching and protruding into this grotesque. It looks like a Bane, but not. It's not pitch black, and it's not any of those things. But it goes into this, and what you see protruding out of its back, as it's like maldeformed, horrible creature it is, you see dragon wings, shriveled, not flight-worthy dragon wings, just like it's a pathetic imitation of its totem spirit, just, and it just and orange spew just foams out of the sides of its mouth, and it just screams at you. And at this point, when it's like, you haven't even seen my final form yet, has happened. At this point, like mentioning before about hearing the Conan theme, the name of the campaign, Sveriges Elit, came from the name of a song from a Swedish band called Raubtier, and now would be the time, if this game had a soundtrack, to hear that song play as you face the final form of this villain that's combined with the two architects of all of your misery, and and pain and everything you've faced thus far, and it's time for a new set of initiatives. But you can, without before you roll, you're free to describe, what your characters might feel or think or anything of the sort.
Well, at this point, there's a bit of intrepidation that she sees this monstrosity form before, but she has seen these things before, yes. And part of her is not surprised that such a foul creature can spew into something even more fouler. And with that head in hand, she's going to can she just crush it right there? Because that's what she's like, she just wants to just smash it, or rather, in a cool person moment, is just going to drop to the ground, and then her Clino's foot's just going to stomp on it as she walks forward towards it with its razor claws. She prepares herself to dive headlong into this thing.
All right. What about One Fang and Curious Mind?
You can go ahead, Curious Mind.
Oh, well, Curious Mind is feeling somewhat torn, not by the hooks, but by her emotions. She actually thought of the fact of pulling down this her ancestor from this roof and finishing it, but having her ancestor die in such a pathetic manner was kind of a bit like, well, anticlimactic for her. So the fact that it's now actually this horrible beast that she's gonna be able to kill again, standing alone against her and her pack, is gonna give her all the more satisfaction to actually rip it apart.
There you go. It's also something that I want to just make sure everybody knows, that only Curious Mind knows that that Shield Maiden is there. Everybody else, especially now that the spirit left from the body into this monster, it's even more, covered up, where nobody else's idea of Shield Maiden needs to be tarnished if Curious Mind doesn't want to spill the beans. It's you're the only one who, after now that human smoke has died and his body is merely the vessel for this spirit, you're the only living person who holds the information of who Shield Maiden actually wound up becoming.
Okay.
And One Fang, what are your thoughts and reactions and stuff?
Yeah, One Fang, in the middle of his revelry, his excitement, his joy of finally being done with this creature, feeling it gets kind of ripped out from underneath his feet, he kind of rolls back and then kind of bounces back in a fighting position, looking up to the sky and seeing what's happening up there. His body fills with revulsion and disgust. It's one thing for him to rip a creature apart that's a Bane, but to see a form just kind of destroyed and putrefied like that is something totally different, especially when he knows he has to fight it. And then he slowly kind of makes a quick glance at Curious Mind and the Red Claw to see that they look like they're taking action as opposed to running, and seeing their steadfastness, and then Red Claw crushes the skull beneath their foot. He kind of just gets ready, hit with himself, and is ready to just attack anything that comes near him or his packmates.
All right. Well, it's time to roll the initiative.
Oh.
That sounded good.
No, it's a 1.
Okay,
Huh?
so you're last
Hey,
again.
look, a butterfly. Ooh.
Okay.
I got a 10.
Okay. And what about John?
So I've got a what is it? 8 in total.
Yeah. Sure.
Are we still getting the +1 from Red Claw?
Yeah.
Also
No. It's a +1 dice.
Oh.
So, This is just one die, and just
Well,
add.
that's only used when I do like a maneuver. It doesn't
Oh,
apply
okay.
anymore. Yeah.
All right. So 3, 6, 6 and 7 is 13.
Okay. In that case, it's the order is first this creature, then it's One Fang, then it's Red Claw, and then Curious Mind. Okay. It's from the last to the first again, the order of telling you what
Yeah.
you're attempting to do. So, Curious Mind, what are you attempting to do?
Seeing how extremely effective it was, I will try to tackle him again. Hold him again.
Okay. One thing that I will mention that the body structure of this creature is no longer the same as a human. So it basically has stretchy, long 2 legs. Its torso has leaned forward and become this giant maw. Its arms that would be like dangling here have now kind of like General Grievous in Revenge of the Sith, kind of broken off into 4 dangly, thin arms. As the mouth opened, it ripped the arms apart from the middle, and from the back, it has those protruding wings, and so it's still on pretty much your height level, but it's like this strange. It's like if you can't think of like human anatomy when thinking about how to affect it in combat. So like tackling it.
Or holding it.
How holding it?
Yeah, just just putting it in a hold so the others can attack it easily.
Okay, yeah, grapple. Okay, there
Yeah,
you go.
grapple. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry.
Okay. Then what about Red Claw? What are you attempting to do on your turn?
On my turn, I'm going to use because I just got this cool idea in mind.
That always
I was
sounds
going to
good.
I was going to use pack tactics, and then I was going to initiate a maneuver with that, and that's going to be the wishbone maneuver. What that entails is that we grab a body part and then we pull it to pieces. And it's -1 difficulty per wolf involved. So if we all 3 got in on it, it starts off at a 6, and we can bring it down to a 3, and we can. It literally says we rip them apart on page 301.
Nice.
Say what?
Yeah, let me bring it up here on 301. It says wishbone. Grabbing a foe by an extremity or 2, a werewolf can use her incredible strength to rip said enemy limb from limb. Even more effective when employed by a pack of wolves, this attack may be used for intimidation, torture, or grotesque theatricality. Each character involved in the wishbone attempt must successfully roll a dexterity plus brawl. The difficulty starts at 6 and drops by 1 for each Garou involved. Assuming success, the monsters can use their next action to give a nice hard yank. The damage is lethal. The werewolves are using brute strength, aggravated if they employ their teeth. Obviously, the Garou can choose not to pull in this way.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's torn apart if the health levels go to the length of it losing all its health levels. But yeah. So yeah, pack tactics in that sense, because you act before Curious Mind. Curious Mind is free to basically exchange her turn to take part in this pack tactic thing.
I would like to say that like the way it would look is that while she's making her approach, she begins like barking out orders and stuff. Of course, this is in like wolfine sort of speech, so it's like she's just making these growls, these yips, and then she initiates to you all to grab and rip apart on each side, and again making just this gesture.
Yeah.
But that takes 2 actions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, you would have to use a rage point for that.
Mm-hmm. And she will do
Okay.
just that.
Okay. So in reality, it's like your regular action is used for the communication, and then when the others have like acted, it One Fang will still act before you, so he will act before he hears that you want this to happen. So,
Basically, the way I see it is the turn afterwards, the coordination happens because everyone's
mm,
doing their own thing at the moment. But like I do my thing, they all do theirs, and then the way I see it, the next turn we come together and try that action.
okay, yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah,
That does make
that,
sense. It's a
yeah,
lot
that
easier to coordinate that way.
yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, what about One Fang? What are you attempting to do on your first turn?
All right, so getting the signal from my leader, I'm
No,
gonna.
you're not getting the signal yet. You're acting first. You're acting before her. So you
Right,
act before she lets out the signal.
right. Well, I'm still gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna run around and attack him from the back.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, it's time for combat in this form. It acts first, and it's going to use 3 points of rage, um, which depletes his rage. Oh, and um, yeah, He's going to attack with now the silver claws that already were put into effect on Human Smoke's body there that he can whip in front of its face. Is going to attack with the same no, actually, scratch that. He's not going to use Human Smoke's tactics. Human Smoke would have attacked the strongest fighter in the group because he's a werewolf. He knows how things work. But this grotesque monster, is housed by a vengeful, bitter spirit that wants oblivion, that wants the world to end, that wants apocalypse. Um, so Curious Mind just took that pretty much from it by not bearing a incest child the to Human Smoke. So out of wrath, it turns to Curious Mind with its attack, and it's going to slash. It's just going to go like with its tongue just slithering there, or looking exactly like those entrail-looking slithering slugs in the mud in the churchyard, as its arms just kind of they kind of lash whip at you.
Could
Um,
I cancel my action and try to dodge?
yeah, sure. Okay, you're going to be dodging uh, the damage rolls that I roll after I'm successful with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 2 of them are 10s. Nothing there. Nothing there. So 8. It hits, and then it's the damage, and against that you can do the dodge thing. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. 3 successes and 3 botches. Nothing. So, yeah, it's maybe because this form is such a dangly spaghetti creature, like just whipping and slashing those arms. It's not as coordinated. It doesn't have like a focused task at hand. It just you bastard, you killed my child, attacking you. It's and you just it just flies in front of your face, just whiplashes the fingers, and they just fly across your face, missing you completely. So yeah, you dodge that bullet. Then it's One Fang's turn, and One Fang was going to go slice it on its back. So onwards you go.
Yeah, so one fang kind of flies around the side, cutting around, and then leaping at its back, kind of come down with both claws on it. 7, 9. So 3 successes.
Okay, and then it's strength.
We're still 5 or higher, right?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, you still hear the war drum.
18 successes. What's that?
Dude, I got a lot.
Nice.
I got 9 successes minus 2 botches. 7.
Nice.
Seven in total.
7 total.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got 5 in soaking that damage, so only 2 get through, but still,
Thank God.
Yeah. There. So you're free to describe how do you slash it? Where do you slash it in its back?
Yeah, as I come, I'm cutting around it almost on 4 legs, even though I'm in Krynos form. I kind of skid, stop, kind of power into it, and then leap at it. As I come down, I just kind of rake across its back, just trying to draw as much blood as possible. Almost trying to distract it, because I wasn't sure what Red Claw was going to do, so I'm kind of hoping that she kind of hits it from the front. But as I hit the ground, I'm kind of standing there waiting for her.
Okay, as you slash down, you feel the skin and flesh just kind of press down on your claws, and then just cut into the crevices that claws make into the flesh, and the flesh is just it feels like it's hardly attached to the bone. It feels so gross. It feels like as after your claws are off, it's like this kind of it feels like your hands are sticky in this gel-like pus, and it's just all these oozing things. It's definitely not fun, and you can feel like, oh shit, it's going under my fingernails. It's gonna go if I get a cut there, it's gonna sting really bad. It's kind of nasty stuff. Like you don't want to rub your eyes after this.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
But yeah, you managed to slash him good. Then it's Red Claw's turn, and you were going to do the communication.
Yeah, Red Claw, when she sees all this taking place, she stands there and then she begins to bark and growl to you two. And as she does, she says, "Surround it as much as you can! Grab a body part, and it's time to rip it in pieces!"
All right, everybody receives these orders. And Curious Mind, you don't have to do it yet. Like next, if I understood what Phil was talking about, the next turn would be like everybody using their turn. Or
Yeah.
you could use it already, so that.
Yeah, well, I already lost my turn because I dodged.
Oh, that's right. No, good thing you're so fair. You keep reminding me of all these things you could have easily fucked me with. But yeah, in that case, it's the turn of the 3 extra actions the creature had with rage, and it's with the humiliatingly awkward swipe that missed you completely. It's gonna just backhand back with the same hand and try and swipe at Curious Mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. So yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Well, he can still just get no damage in. That's still a possibility that happened last time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No.
I'm dead.
no, you're not. But you're incapacitated. I don't want to kill you guys off. But basically, yeah, it swipes, and when it turns back to do another swipe, it's those eyes that had protruded out of the top of its body, basically the back on there. They look like almost like these kind of like toad eyes that are just look like, or not perhaps toads, but like goldfish, like those bulgy-eyed goldfish, those kind of that look like they're kind of like the whole eyeball is on the outside with just skin on top of it. It's like when the swipe is coming and you see those grotesque, monstrous, ugly, pus-filled things that look like eyes. They still have that pale blue hue to them, and it's the same exact hue as your own mother has, who's riding the totem of the bear. They're fighting the dragon totem, and there's this kind of a moment where, as this swipe of silver claws is heading towards your face, where you're wearing the headdress that your mother made for you as the first kind of item that you crafted with your bare hands, as she showed you all the ropes. And when you protected her, you carried her through the penumbra into the sept, and she was barely conscious with a bloody paw. She pressed on your forehead, printing this lasting dried blood paw mark there. And now coming here, meeting your ancestor that everyone looks up to, having her vile blood trickle on top of it and kind of meld with the bloody paw mark that your mother's paw left on her forehead. With all of that, with seeing the same colored eyes on its face or head as it's about to swipe at you, just makes you kind of you see yourself in her as well as in human smoke. It's like this immediate empathetic experience. You immediately kind of understand their life story, even though it hasn't been told to you in full. You immediately kind of put yourself into their position and see them in this kind of a victim of circumstances type of thing, where you're able to understand what their mindscape must be about at this point. And at that point, the claws rake your face so bad that it swipes your face completely asunder and makes you spin a corkscrew in the air and land on the ground with blood just making the whole archway of the temple's doorway, just from one end to the other, just being swiped with your blood. The same lineage's blood that has been spilled from human smoke to the floor and from Shield Maiden to the floor. It now includes your blood as well, as you spin through the air and fall to the edge of the doorway as your friends witness this. And as your friends witness this seemingly killing blow, the creature turns to them just with its mouth open with this pus just flowing out of it, and it again swipes at Red Claw. So many botches. That's only 2 successes, but both of them are 10s. Nothing there. And another 10 there, so that's 3. So 3 successes in hitting you. And the damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and it's silver. So again, it's just from this downward swipe through your face, just swiping at it. And did I say 4?
Yeah, you said 4.
Yeah, it's the silver, so it's unsoakable.
Oh.
So it just lash whips on your face, and this creature is just and it goes then to One Fang, and with its last extra action, it does the same to you, and it just again like swipes like a lash whip with the dangly arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 damage from the coming at your chest now, swiping a huge share of scars on your chest there, or lacerations on your chest. But yeah.
Like Kylo Ren, I bang my chest. I resist pain, making I don't care. I don't care.
Right on. Okay, now it's the end of the combat turn, and the two of you see Curious Mind motionless on the ground. And you're not sure if she's dead.
Mhm.
And the pack tactics that were planned, there's still 2 of you. You're
Mhm.
still able to act on, of course. And is that what you plan to do? Are you both planning on grabbing it with the teeth and yanking it?
She's gonna grab by it just with her claws and pull it
No, but
apart.
I'm just saying because the description said that you can do aggravated damage if you use your teeth.
We both do aggravated anyways because of our razor claws.
Yeah, it says
That's
it says it says the damage is lethal if they're using brute force, aggravated if they employ their teeth.
okay, but claws just as well. Yeah, and
Oh, okay.
especially since you have razor claws and all that, you're free to use the benefits that you get out of that.
Oh, all right. Well,
Okay. So yeah, are you both planning on going through with
yeah,
basically ripping him and tearing at him?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, unless Red Claw gave me a different signal, I'm going to follow through, as I think that's... if we don't eliminate the creature, then it's not going to help Curious Mind at all.
Oh, and especially in that case, she, it swipes across her face with the sting of silver as it licks her flesh, hurts even more, but the greater pain is seeing an ally lay strewn about. Curious Mind was captured and sent here. Ugh, she just takes the blood and then just smears it across her face. And then the hand balls up into a fist and she roars and charges at him. Ah!
All
And
right.
he's gonna grab the front, and One Fang would grab the back, and then we're just gonna.
Okay. It's getting kind of late, so as soon as this is done, I'm gonna let everybody go to sleep and stuff. But we'll finish this, goddammit. But yeah, it's
That's a
turn.
disclaimer. 6-hour gameplay.
Yeah, we can't stop it now. It's yeah, he goes first in combat, and as his first combat action, you now see that its maw is opening completely, just and the orange mist is forming there as it spews it out and tries to attack. Tries to attack. Well, I'm just gonna ask because I'm gonna now kind of metagame What's your health situation?
Who can survive the blast? Is that what you're asking?
Well, kinda.
I mean, I've taken 5 points so far.
Okay, so you have 2 left.
Yeah.
I
What
have
about?
3 left. I have 3 left.
Okay, so it's hitting One Fang, and One Fang getting the feel of this breath weapon, and Red Claw having to watch by the side just to see a friend of yours get hit with this vile stuff. Except that oh my god, I just rolled 5 botches. I rolled
So,
10 dice, and 5 of them are botches.
so I gain health? Is that how that works?
Actually, wait. Just now I removed 1 success with 1 botch. And now that I'm looking at the 4 botches there isn't a single success for them to counter, so it's not like 0, it's 4 botches. 4 botches. The creature,
Oh,
as
that's
it's,
actually something different? Like, I had no idea that. If your
I
botches are
always
hot.
do that if
Oh,
there's an
wow.
increased amount of botches, I make it worse. Like if it's 1 botch, it's humiliating. 2 botches, you might hurt somebody. 3 botches, you hurt yourself. 4 botches, come on. This is such an unnatural thing to happen, but that's what happens when you roll a shit ton of d10s.
Yeah.
As its maw is open and its mouth is getting ready to do that thing. It oh man, what could be what could be the equivalent of 4 botches?
Maybe like an external spiritual force like oppresses it. Maybe it feels like the roar of the bear totem or something. It's like.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let you guys describe an action. You guys have a free action to do something humiliating and something to turn his, like, I don't want there to be an outside force, just look to the east and everything is solved.
Oh,
You guys do something equivalent to 4 botches to this goddamn creature. Just, you have free reign before you attack it to tear it up.
Well, you figure
Okay.
it spins on me, so its front's facing me.
Yeah.
So, like, just out of desperation, knowing that it's not swinging its arms, it's gonna spew something. I just lash out, and my hand goes right in between one of the laser cuts that I did with my razor claws when it was actually a creature, and just kind of like pinch off where the throat is, so it doesn't spray it out. So I got my hand in its, just holding its throat from the inside.
Oh.
not even pulling it out, just holding it. Like, now what do I do? But
Okay. Well, you have that for the pack tactics. Just
oh, there you go. There you go.
rip that. Okay. In that case, that was his turn. And One Fang, you were about to go to the back tactic. So basically, you have him by the throat, by the inside, which muffled its breath weapon completely into this just falling down into this completely just liquidy form. So
I guess seeing Red Claw going for the backside to pull the arms, because he said he was going for the top to rip it, I kind of have the inside, which is a weird way to have it, but I kind of jam my other hand in, leap up so I get my feet up by where my hands are, and just kind of yank backwards as hard as I can, trying to just pull it apart.
all right.
So that's a
So
normal.
I'm gonna have both of you basically. No, we'll do it one at a time. But remember to add those things like you get the 1+ die, and remember that the difficulty is 5 or more.
It goes down by 1 because of the.
Oh, so it's 4 or more.
Oh Jesus.
Well, it goes down by one by the number that's participating. So there's 2 of us. So that's 4 currently. But then don't we get the bonus from Dusklight? Or does that
No.
apply here? I don't
If
know if
our
that
base
applies.
is
3.
5 minus 2, it drop us to 3.
Well, the
3
base is
or more to succeed. Yeah, I do think you are going to tear it up into ribbons with this group thing. Oh man.
Oh boy. Okay. So that's just a brawl plus dex.
Okay.
Alright, so I got 4 successes to hit. And then I got 11 on the damage for the poke.
Let's see. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 botch. But then I got 1 exploding, and then roll that, and that's another success. So I got 6 successes out of that.
Okay, you got
And
6, and how much did One Fang get?
I got 4. So,
Okay, I'll
wait,
roll
to
the
hit
soaking
or
for each of them.
for damage?
Oh,
I actually
you
got
roll
11. I rolled to hit. I rolled 4 to hit, and then 11 for damage. And then Red Claw just rolled.
I just rolled the hit.
okay,
Yeah, he just
then
rolled to hit.
You roll the damage then too.
Okay. Okay. Let me roll the damage. And let me get that out of the way.
Dude, 3 or
God.
higher.
You should have done this from the beginning.
All right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's only 1 botch out of that. So I got I got 6 for damage.
11 and 6. 11 and 6. Okay, first soaking for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that leaves 5.
Are we adding the Razor Claw damage on top of that?
Oh, I
You
did.
don't need to.
I did. Well, I did, so I could take that off if you didn't get that.
Oh, don't bother. Yeah. It only succeeded in soaking 1 of those damages. Yep. What happens is this. What happens is this. As you all work together, One Fang holding the insides of the monster basically, and Red Claw holding the behind of the creature, rending that. It becomes this. You hear this kind of a crunching noise when you start to pull to each direction, but it's like as you're pulling on it, it's like the creature is already like, but it's like it's not kind of like when you were pulling those spikes out of the tree. It's kind of like I'm giving it all of what I got. It shouldn't be this tough. And meanwhile, on the ground, laying there in the pool of her own blood, Curious Mind, as the last of the 3, you also not hearing a voice but feeling the words of the bear totem. How it told you to stop your family's lands from being choked to death by human smoke. And it professing its love for your bloodline. It's this moment when the climactic final destruction of this negative influence is at hand, and your friends, your trusted friends who have saved you from situations as well as you have saved them, and you have relied on one another all throughout this story that you've gone through, where every time you've split up, you've wound up in trouble, and every time you've worked together, you've worked out the trouble, and everything's always worked out the best. The spirit of the bear enters your being, and at the same as you feel, just like described with others, you feel this serene strength, just this strength where everything seems like it weighs like the amount of paper in front of you, where pushing your own body up is no biggie, or tearing up a monstrous creature with your friends is not a big thing. It feels like you're in control. It feels like you have absolute control of your body through the strength the bear spirit has lent you, as it has accepted you into its fold as a loyal servant and someone worthy of all the respect in the world. And with that energy flowing through you, you feel your body giving your senses their full force, and your consciousness being as sharp as ever, as you feel that you can push your body up with the pool of blood beneath your face, with half of your face being completely covered in blood, being completely like half red and half uh, uh, white, as your fur is, or pale gray, or however, and rising up with feeling like still feeling your mother's blood droplet itching in your eye, and having the headdress with your mother's and Shield Maiden's blood on it. You feel like you can stretch yourself upright, and you can join your friends in saving the world from these creatures.
I'll stand up and in my Krynos form, I walk towards my pack members, and time seems to kind of slow down as they're both yanking on this creature, my tainted ancestor. And as I walk there, this kind of like halo-like shape, this sort of like almost like Orion Viking-like helmet and cloak and axe and that sort of stuff start to shape around me, and I grab another extent of this creature, and I look at both of my pack members who've, we've been through so much over these time, which seems like months and years, but you've only been, probably a little over a week or something, because we've been through so much that most people wouldn't go through in a lifetime. And as my strength of the bear kind of seeps through me, it also connects as I grab this creature, both of my pack members, and they too feel this strength connecting us in a entirely new level of pack mentality, and in one single push of pull, we just rip this creature apart, and it just explodes with amidst the three of us.
That it indeed does. Once Curious Mind joins in, there is this everybody catches each other's eyes, and you all feel what originally gave you this bear influence in you. You were always looking out for others. You were always letting go of past grudges, past kind of the rocks you were carrying on your shoulders. You were letting go of that stuff for something greater and something more meaningful. And now that you're all gathered here together, grabbing on this vile creature to end it finally, all of you do your pulling, and like Roger said, it explodes into these three bits that grotesquely just come apart from one another with all sorts of liquid spewing out and horrible stenches coming about, and all these kind of falling to the ground, and while you're still holding on to these bits, this just incredible amount of gore that smells horrible and that sort of stuff. And there you are, standing facing one another, as you don't even need to watch. You can hear in the distance how the dragon flies away with the bear giving chase, and they go to another realm from here. And you hear your pack mates and sept mates below calling for you to go, to come with them to fall out. And you're standing there with each other, sharing a last moment in this vile realm amongst each other in this private little moment. Is there anything anybody wants to say before we'll end this session and pick up an epilogue next time?
Red Claw gives out a glorious, victorious howl as she carries the claws of her enemies right there in the palm of her hand. Victory!
This time, One Fang doesn't quite join in with the yell, as he seems to be like looking up at the above and around, making sure there's nothing else going to leap down from the darkness to attack us. Yeah, and then just follows closely, watching Curious Mind to see what she does.
Curious Mind this time does join in the howl, and you probably this time she howls like never before, because a weight has lifted from her.
All right. And with that, with all three of you, except for One Fang, so the two of you.
Well, I would probably join in once Curious Mind did, but yeah, no, but he's still nervous. He doesn't know.
Yeah, one of you being a Debbie Downer, while the others are like,
but aww.
Yeah, all three of you joining in on your victory war cry, and that's where we'll leave it off. And next time we'll do an epilogue session where we tie all the loose ends and into a nice little bow, and then that's gonna be that. And
the birth of my child.
Yeah, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm gonna end the broadcast, as this has been quite a long session. It's now 2:20 a.m. here, so yeah, I think I'm going to get some sleep. So thanks for everybody for watching this long, and till next time.